to order. My name is Eileen Duff. I'm the host counselor today from the 5th District, and the nominee is a constituent and lives in my district. That's why I'm hosting. And I will read the letter of nomination from our governor. Dear counselors, pursuant to the provisions of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 27, Section 4, I am pleased to nominate James M. Kelcourse as a member of the Parole Board to a term expiring on June 2nd, 2026. I appreciate your consideration of the nominee. A resume is attached for your convenience. Sincerely, Charles D. Baker. And he will be replacing Sheila Dupre. So to start with, before you give your statement, what we will do is we will call your witnesses who are actually, I don't need that, who are testifying on your behalf. And I actually don't know that I have a list here, but I see Sheriff Cousins. Do you want to go first?
Okay.
You take the chair next to the nominee. It's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. For the record, my name is Frank G. Cousins Jr. I'm the retired sheriff of Essex County, and I also served in the House of Representatives here, and it's my pleasure to be here to speak on behalf of Representative James Kalkhorst. I've known the representative since he was a young attorney in Essex County. I had a lot of interaction with most of the defense attorneys in our county in my capacity of sheriff, but on a personal note, I've known Jim for a long time, and he's been I think a very good attorney to handle defense issues in our county. He has a great understanding of the law. One of the most important things to me is, I think, is how we handle people with substance abuse and alcohol problems. As we all know, we have a tremendous problem with that in our Commonwealth. We had over 2,200 people pass away last year from that. One of the big issues for the representative is how to deal with those individuals that are in the criminal justice system that need help working through their legal issues, but more importantly, prepare them for their life when they're released from the custody of the sheriff or that they're paroled, and make sure they're in a good program to help them to keep these recidivism numbers down in the Commonwealth. I think he has a great understanding of that. One of the unique things I'll say in closing about him is he's always accessible. So if when I was a sheriff, or even when I retired, if there's someone that needed legal representation or help, he was always willing to do that and step up. And in some of those cases would be pro bono, but people that are less fortunate than us that are in the system that are going into the district court. And he had a really willingness to help people and to help them turn their lives around. He's a good family man. He's well liked in our communities, very nonpartisan, which I think and I believe in Massachusetts is very, very important to work with everybody. And he's always willing to help people. So I really respectfully ask your consideration of his nomination. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of the council today. And thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Do any of the councilors have questions for the witness? Councilor Danny?
I just wanted to help. I don't remember last time we met. Long time during the pandemic. And I just wanted, I don't have a question really of you, but I will, but I just wanted to say thank you for your service. And I do want to mention my cousin Kimberly, we have great respect for you. So tell me, how long have you known the nominee and what have you observed about him?
I've known him for approximately 12 years. Personally, I've known him since he grew up and watched him as a young man. I like his qualities. I like his values. I like his willingness to help people. And as I said early, Council, I think his willingness to give people attention immediately is very important. And I think that, you know, in this position with the Parole Board, willingness to work with you know, the individual that's holy, I think is very important, and be able to communicate with bar and work clearly with the prison officials. And he never said no either. Anytime I've called him for any type of help, and it could be clearly the criminal system, but he is well received in our community and always willing to. I grew up in Newburyport, and Newburyport, Amesbury, and Salisbury, and he's very accessible.
Well, thank you for coming. I appreciate it.
Well, thanks for having me, and Joe was a wonderful person, very helpful, so thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Can step away. I want us to torture you a little longer. Is there another witness? Come on up. State your name, let us know.
First of all, thank you so much.
Your relationship while you're here.
Yes, and I want to thank, my name is Nicole Reilly. I'm a criminal defense attorney. I have been for over 18 years, and majority of my practice, or a great deal of my practice, centers around the Newburyport District Court and the Newburyport area. And as such, I've had the opportunity to speak to Attorney Kalkhorst and to get to know him through that and through our various endeavors there. When Representative Kelcourse first came to me, I was absolutely elated at the prospect of him attaining this position. I thought he'd be a wonderful fit for it. And then a few minutes later, sheer terror struck as I realized I had to speak, and I wanted to make sure that I was representing myself and representing him properly, and I was expressing my thoughts correctly and appropriately to you. And then what I do in those situations is I take a breath, I step back, and I said to myself, what is it I would like you to know about Representative Kelcourse? And once I was able to think about that for only a few seconds, it became a very simple task. In thinking about Representative Kelcourse, what came to mind immediately were the many conversations that we've had outside of the courtroom and literally standing outside in the foyer of the courthouse. And in those conversations, I can hear him in my mind's eye now saying, Nicole, do you have a minute? Come out. Can we talk about this for a second? Oh, I have something I'd like to discuss. And every time we would discuss legal issues, hypothetical situations, he would say, this is the research I did all of this work. What do you think about this case? And to some people, I understand that that may not necessarily seem like a lot, but to me, that endeared him to me a great deal, because what it said was, it was not ego-driven. It was not about, look at me, this is who I am. It was about making sure that he did the best possible job he could for his clients and whatever the situation happened to be, for the community as well. He was always prepared, he was concerned, and he was humbled to that situation. And so for me, that was a very important characteristic to have. Along those same lines, in terms of conversation, I would go to Representative Kelcourse with different issues for different reasons. And at every juncture when I did that, he would stop and he would listen. And I think the important thing and the distinction I see with many people and with Representative Kelcourse is that he listened to hear me. He listened to hear, not to respond, which I see in many situations. And I have watched him in situations with constituents, with everyone equally. And in those situations, he is very thoughtful to the person. And that person in those moments feels like that he or she is the only person in the room. And that to me is an incredible quality to have. For those reasons, I also, as an attorney, as a mother of four, as a human being, Attorney Kelcourse is a kind, thoughtful, always respectful person. And those characteristics, along with what I previously stated, I would have absolutely no hesitation in recommending him and endorsing him for this position.
Thank you. Questions, Council Kennedy?
Chair. Nicole, you and I have known each other for a very, very long time.
We have.
Since you started as a young lawyer, I was already old, but one of the criticisms that we've gotten over the years, is particularly when it comes to the parole board, is that there've been too many prosecutors or prosecutorial leaning people on the parole board. I don't think that's completely the reality of what it is, but that's what we got criticized for. And you've been doing defense work forever, and a lot of it. You've seen him in the courtroom doing defense work on a fairly regular basis. Can you see what type of parole board member he would be in terms of prosecutorial versus defense oriented? And you know what I'm talking about. We deal with that with judges all the time.
I do, and I think the role is, as a defense attorney, it's a difficult one because I also do victim advocacy. So I see both sides of it, and having watched Representative Kelcourse in court, he is always equitable, he's fair-minded, he also has a good relationship with the judges, he has a good relationship with, as we have to, with the district attorney's office. So he has an understanding of the equities that are at stake here, and I'm very comfortable that he's able to make a fair and equitable decision in any situation.
Thank you, folks. Great to see you.
Thank you, you as well.
Thank you. Thank you. You may step. Oh, I'm so sorry. Counselor.
Madam Chair,
This is the weekend, follow with Councilman Kennedy. You know, so-and-so's a nice person, they're nice, they're there, but when you deal with the parole board, and you deal with people who are seeking parole, dealing with people-
I can't hear.
I'll try to speak up, I got a little cold.
Thank you.
When dealing with the parolees, people want to get parole. You're dealing with people with mental illness. You're dealing with people with drug issues. You know, biggest problem is, to me, the ideal candidate to be in the parole board is someone with a social science background. That would be the ideal candidate. Let me ask you this first. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I think it's an important component, absolutely, to understand, but I do think, and I respectfully would only point out that I don't know that necessarily means that you'd have to come from that background, but you'd have to certainly have educated yourself as to that particular situation. So as a defense attorney, that is a huge part of the role. It's actually because we do get clients and we have competency issues and we have mental health issues, and it's especially substance abuse issues. And I know that someone will speak to that at some point, but I think that's a very important understanding of how those issues work. And so I do believe as a defense attorney, Representative Kelcourse understands all of those issues, especially substance abuse, and knows the resources that are available to address all of those issues. Working with those people is a critical component. It's in the best interest of the client, it's in the best interest of society. So knowing the programs and such as the Link House and knowing how to handle those situations, not just on a legal basis, as an understanding of what is best for the client, those issues have to be addressed as part of a defense attorney's job. So I would suggest respectfully that he is actually well-versed in those issues.
I really wasn't asking that question, but that's okay. What is the most, without going on and on, and you may not know, what is the most important quality to be a member of a parole board? The most important, there may be several, but what do you think is the most important quality to be a member of the parole?
Fairness.
Yeah, I think, I mean, obviously, I don't know if that's the most important, but that's very important. Would you agree that someone with a social science background would be at the top of the list?
I think it would be a very important factor, but not the,
Top of the list?
probably second.
Okay. So my concern is, you know, so council over the years has always sought to have more psychiatrists, more psychologists, more social workers. That's been a big beef with this council and the councilors before. And that's important to make defense attorney, no, that's important, but, you know, seems like a nice guy as defense attorney, represented individuals, but does he have the background? And that's what, you know, I'll ask, you know, the nominee, but that's my biggest concern. Does he have the background? Does he have that? Because you've got people who are looking for parole who have mental illness. And, you know, he's not a psychiatrist, he's not a psychologist. He doesn't have that kind of background. Let's be fair. I used to be a defense attorney. I used to handle hundreds of cases. But I don't have the background in dealing with mental illness. I don't. That's my biggest concern with Mr. Kalkhorst. Everyone I talk to seems like a real nice guy. Doesn't he have what it takes to be on the parole board is my concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Devaney?
Thank you. Thank you for testifying. Following up on my colleague's questions, do you think someone applying for parole board position should have attended a parole board hearing once?
I think it would certainly be an important factor, certainly something. I think educating yourself as to any situation is an important factor. So certainly that would be helpful.
Well, just for you to know, and people don't know, when I first was elected, I looked at the parole board and they were all prosecutors.
Mhm.
And I knew something was wrong and it wasn't in compliance for 30 years. And so I worked on it and I was happy with Lee Gattenberg, specialist in Massachusetts on parole issues. Lucy Soto Abbey, who was appointed by 2 previous governors. And not only was she hardworking and outstanding, but she was Puerto Rican. She spoke Spanish. What an asset on the parole board. So they were put off, and I have to tell you, political people. I vote no on political people. So I'm very concerned about the parole board because I work so hard and it's been undone. And we do have good people on there. I want to tell you we do. And I'm glad for, that they are making a change. But I do feel, I go to parole board hearings. I go to commutation hearings. I go to lifer hearings. I visited those 2 men that got commutation at the prisons. I'm not applying for the parole board though. And I'm just, I'm my involvement in someone seeking that position. So, so you think it would be you think it would be a good thing to go to a hearing at the parole board?
I do. I think it would be helpful, like I said, to educate yourself to any situation or any endeavor.
You think that's a prerequisite?
I don't know that it's a prerequisite, but I think it's certainly something to consider doing, yes. I don't know that it's a prerequisite.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much.
That's right.
Anyone else? All right, you may step down. Next witness, please.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Gary Gassman. I'm the executive director for a nonprofit agency called Link House Incorporated up in the greater Newburyport area. And I am very honored to be here today to speak on behalf of Representative Kalkhorst and to the council. I'm going to present a different lens and a different focus that might be helpful for you to hear regarding Representative Kalkhorst's background and attributes that might make him a very good candidate for the parole board. Representative Kelcourse comes to, actually I've known Jim for at least 8 years professionally and probably a little longer than that working and living in our community. I live in Newburyport, I raised my kids in Newburyport, and Jim is a very active representative in that district. My professional working with Representative Kelcourse comes from the fact that Link House provides substance use services and behavioral health services to the Essex County population. And Representative Kelcourse is very involved in supporting our efforts over the years, not just by, excuse me?
No, go ahead. You don't need to.
All right, I thought he was talking to me. For funding for our organization, to understanding what brings people to treatment, what causes someone to have a substance use issue, what causes someone to have behavioral health concerns. And I think that those areas dovetail nicely with what brings someone into jail. What gets someone incarcerated has to often dovetail with what their substance use histories or their behavioral health histories. And Counselor, you were asking that question, and I think it dovetails nicely with the representative's background. Not just an attorney, but as a representative for many years, he sees the needs in the community for his constituents in terms of what their struggles are from a behavioral health perspective, from a substance use perspective. And when I think about someone on the parole board, what attributes they need to have, one of the lenses they need to have, I think, is an understanding about what got them into legal trouble and what got them into jail, and how they can be successful upon exiting the penal system and coming out and giving them an opportunity to succeed. And I think that Representative Kelcourse has those understandings about what factors lead to getting incarceration and how to make a successful outcome post-incarceration.
Are you finished? All right, any questions? Councilor Devaney.
I appreciate I would be remiss if I didn't mention Charlene Bonner. So those were the 3 people that came on, and I'm so thankful because the governor did reappoint Charlene, so forensic specialist. But so what do you think? What do you think the real qualifications for a person to go on the parole board? What experience should that person bring to the parole board? I appreciate that. I've gone to drug court, I've gone to drug graduations, I understand that. But what do you think when you think of the parole board? Awesome responsibilities. And what do you think that this nominee brings to the parole board with that knowledge?
Sure, I think that's a great question. And my simple answer is not just an understanding of the legal system and this, what keeps someone incarcerated, but more importantly, what happens once they leave. So the parole board has that decision to make of should they leave and what will happen once they leave the legal system. And I think that that individual ideally has to have a good understanding about what are the ingredients to make that person succeed once they leave incarceration. And so I think it's really important.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I do appreciate the testimony, but again, not to reiterate it, but I will. My biggest concern is his lack of experience in the social science field. I mean, he's a criminal defense attorney, but he's president of the Massachusetts Association of Criminal Defense Attorneys. They're opposed. That's a big organization. They're opposed to this gentleman because of his lack of experience. And to me, they don't specify exactly, but that to me means they have issues with the fact that he doesn't have what I consider is the most important criteria, the social science background. And that's the Criminal Defense Association. It's a big organization, and that's one of his biggest attributes is that he's a criminal defense attorney, and they're in fact opposed to him. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you, Doctor. You may step away. Is there anyone else here in favor, to testify in favor? Okay. That said, I will enter into the record, there are a stack of letters in favor. I'm not going to read all of them. I am going to read one, though, because there was one that frankly caught me off guard. And it is by a younger state representative who also, I believe, is probably the youngest member of the LGBTQI caucus here in the State House. Dear Councilor Duff, I write to you to express my support of Representative James M. Kelcourse of Amesbury regarding his appointment to the Parole Board. Rep. Kelcourse and I have worked collaboratively on a number of different legislative issues that impact residents of our Commonwealth. Rep. Kelcourse is the ranking minority member of the House Committee on Education. Rep. Kelcourse has worked with me to champion several pieces of legislation that call for additional systems to deliver equity in our education system in a variety of settings. During the House budget debate this year, Rep. Kelcourse supported the elimination of parole fees as he understands that our criminal justice system was not designed to benefit the system, but rather to rehabilitate people. As a member of the Judiciary Committee, I've also noticed his strong support for the Attorney General's legislation regarding reform to statutes relative to hate crimes. This shows his commitment safeguarding all of our protected classes in the Commonwealth. He understands that our protected classes are at high risk of physical violence, but has also taken steps to ensure the aggressors of hate crimes are brought to swift justice. As a member of the LGBTQ+ community, I appreciate his advocacy for understanding the challenges of our community that our community has faced in terms of an increase in targeted physical attacks towards queer people. I have found Rep. Kelcourse always willing to listen to anyone. He also understands that some communities face additional systematic barriers in a variety of ways. I believe that Rep. Kelcourse would be a valued asset to the Parole Board and will do his best to understand the complex challenges people face, but more importantly, find the best way to help them. Sincerely, Adam J. Scanlon, State Representative 14th Bristol. I know you are pretty popular in the House. That's not a letter I expected to get. The other letter in opposition, I believe that Councilor Iannella mentioned. So that said, is there anyone here in opposition? No one here in opposition? Come on up and testify. Tell us who you are and your relation to the, your work relationship of how you know this gentleman and why you oppose him from that knowledge.
Good morning, councilors. I'm going to take off my mask so you hear me. My name is Lisa Burland, and I'm here to testify in opposition to Representative Kalkhorst's nomination. My background. I belong to a group of volunteers called Parole Watch, who attend parole hearings for lifers to shine a light on the parole process. I myself have observed 35 parole hearings for lifers in the last 2 years. From my observations of the hearings, it is abundantly clear that expertise is required of board members to evaluate readiness for parole and the potential for public safety risk. There are multiple factors and interactions that must be considered. When the parole board looks at the governing offense, often committed by an adolescent or young adult, the context in which the crime was committed has to be considered and evaluated. That is, the emerging science about developing brain, about groupthink and peer pressure, the role of childhood trauma, sexual and physical abuse, and systemic racism. The board must also consider the interaction of substance abuse.
Excuse me, can I just interrupt you just a second? And I don't typically do this, but you're telling us things we know. What I want to know is what's your relationship with him and what's your direct reason
I do
to?
not know, Mr.
Okay, but what is your direct reason to oppose him? Because-
Observations of parole hearings.
Okay, so you observed,
I observed hearings, parole hearings.
I understand that and I appreciate that.
Understand what is the expertise that's required. These are the discussions that come up in.
Okay, and so your feeling is, yeah, I'm sorry, and I'm gonna let you continue. I just want to understand what you're trying to tell us, because you're telling us things we know. So your opposition is you just don't think he has the experience.
The proper expertise
Okay,
is required.
go ahead and read your statement.
Board members are then charged with evaluating the institutional record of the parole applicant, understanding the psychological diagnoses, the pharmacological record, evaluating the mental health therapies, including treatments for those convicted of sex offenses, and evaluating the pros and cons of various drug treatments. They must also be cognizant of the resources available in the community for placements. What placements are available for individuals with substance abuse and mental health disorders? What are the DMH services available? This is the expertise required. Currently, only one individual on the board, Charlene Bonner, a psychologist, has the pertinent professional experience to evaluate these factors and discuss them with the applicant. And this is also why the Legislative Commission on Systematic Racism and Parole recommended reforms to the Parole Board that would expand it and mandate relevant professional experience. And this is also why there are pending legislative reforms that will accomplish similar goals. Representative Kelcourse is an attorney and legislator. This is not the essential background required. In the recent past, because of the preponderance, members with backgrounds in prosecution, the board spent far too much time relitigating the original offense when the task is to evaluate a person's readiness for parole and a potential public safety risk of releasing an individual. This means many people with disabilities, many with psychological issues and trauma in their backgrounds, and youth lacking cognitive control do not necessarily get the kind of fair and balanced consideration they should. The lack of pertinent experience of this candidate to add to a more balanced board begs the question of why Governor Baker nominated him. The Parole Board is not a repository for patronage. This has been a problem in the past. People's lives are at stake, and they deserve the relevant expertise to evaluate safety risks. The Parole Board plays a critical role in addressing mass incarceration in Massachusetts. We have an aging prison population which has an exceedingly low risk of recidivism. Almost 850 criminally sentenced offenders are over 60 years old. That's almost 14%. That's according to DOC stats. And this includes 31 who have served over 50 years. We need professional expertise to reduce this population. Only a few months ago, the governor nominated a similarly inexperienced person to the Parole Board. The council defeated this nomination. Do the right thing and send a message to the governor that the Parole Board and the people it serves deserve individuals who have the skills and experience to do the job fairly and efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Councillor Kennedy.
You would agree with me that it's important that we have folks from the defense bar on the.
Yes.
How does the parole board member Tomney do in terms of paroles? You watch them with him.
Well, he has often approached it as a prosecutor, and so often.
Prosecutor, he came from the defense bar.
And his, like I said, I've observed many, and I take notes on every hearing that I go to. So I keep detailed notes of the time spent relitigating a crime as opposed to questions about the institutional record. So I have very detailed information about it.
I'm gonna get to it. But you would agree with me that the parole board, and I've been a defense lawyer for 39 years, you know, And I'm a big believer in parole, so start from that premise, okay? I think parole is a public safety issue. You don't want people wrapping up. You want them to go out in the street under supervision, getting the support that they need. And I think everybody in this room agrees with that.
Absolutely.
But in terms of the makeup of the parole board, I think very soon we're gonna have 2 forensic psychologists on the parole board. I suspect, I got a lot of emails from different advocacy groups seeking support for the next nominee. And suggesting that we not vote for Mr. Attorney Kalkhorst. But I think a lot of people go on the parole board from different backgrounds. And I think it's important that you have people with a defense attorney background. I agree that, this nominee is not somebody who's a forensic psychologist. I'm not either. But I've dealt with a lot of people in the criminal justice system over the years, and I think experience counts for something in terms of dealing with defendants, dealing with their families, dealing with victims in court. I do it every single day of my life, practically. When I'm not here, that's what I'm doing. And I think that we can't completely discount that.
No, and I totally agree with you. But I feel like the preponderance of the board is currently people who are very cognizant of the legal system.
But do you, wait a minute, I couldn't.
I'm just saying that the board currently has the majority of the people are cognizant of the legal system. And
But have you ever talked to this nominee?
no,
I have. And I don't know him. The first time I think I met him was out in the lobby here today. I've talked to him on the phone. I have to tell you, I was pretty impressed with 2 things. One is what he's done as a defense lawyer. And 2 is what he's done in preparation for today's hearing and for a potential future in the parole board. I don't think I've ever seen anybody do more preparation than this guy's done in my conversations with him. And I think before you get a knee-jerk vote against him, you should listen to him. I'm trying to do that, and because he has a lot to say, and I think he has a lot of good things to say. That's what I've heard in my conversations with him. What we do in this chamber is part of what we do. We spend everybody in this room spends a lot of time talking to potential nominees before we get here. Figure out, where we're gonna land, or get a pretty good idea where we're gonna land, or get some background on them. And I think a conversation, or at least listen to the guy.
I was hoping that there would be an opening statement of some kind.
There will be, and there'll be questions. I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions of him as well. But I mean, he's got a lot to say and a lot of good things today. What came across to me in one of the first conversations that I had with him was something he said to me about how he's excited about the parole board because it really is an opportunity for him to go to a place where we can help people. I think that's something that he really stressed, and I've heard that over and over and over from him. And I've heard about the things that he's done that I'm sure he's going to talk about. So before everybody just says no, because do you know anything about him?
Yeah, but I'm not, and I'm not coming as a knee jerk. I'm basically coming as, this is the history of the parole board.
I get that.
There's a balance.
The history of the parole board, believe me, I got elected in 2010, right after Sinelli, and we had to replace virtually the whole parole board. And there were people on there that were completely unqualified to be there. That were just patronage. I agree with you, and it led to some horrific results. But I don't think that's what we got here.
Just, as the science has developed, et cetera, and the experience that is required has expanded, it's really become much more clear that there is a lot more that is needed for people on the parole board, that they need different kinds of experience.
I agree. I guess that's my point. That we do need people with different kinds of experience. And believe me, the next nominee I talked to a year ago and encouraged her to apply, as did other people here, because of her forensic psychologist background. And everybody in this room knows that I've been a huge supporter of Dr. Bonner's because of her forensic psychology background. I'm a big believer in that. But you also need some defense lawyers. And you know, people come up here and they kill prosecutors that are here. You know, there'd be, if this was a prosecutor, there'd be 100 people in this room, okay? So they're kind of giving us what we're asking for here today, which is a non-prosecutor defense lawyer that can fit one piece of that. Because you also need the legal part of it too. You need somebody who knows the law too. With all due respect to my friend Dr. Bonner, who I have a lot of respect for, she's not a lawyer. And they interact with each other and they talk to each other and they advise each other and they deliberate with each other, as we all do here. And they hopefully come out with the right result. And I think before we should knee-jerk saying no to this particular nominee, we should listen to him. I got a lot of letters. It was the same letter from a lot of people. Exact same letter, exact same email from a lot of people. And when I get that, when it's one letter from one person who's saying something specific, it means something. When you get 100 of the same letters, it tells me that the people don't even know who the person is or what we're talking about. They're just sending out because they're told to.
Well, they're responding to a situation in the parole board that has historically been a problem.
No, I get that, but we're not here to, we're here to talk about the makeup of the parole board, but we're also here to talk about whether this person's qualified.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I want to get to him.
Yeah.
Because, and that's the reason why, and I'm going to get to all of my,
I'm done.
I'm going to get to all the other councils, but part of the thing is, we love your testimony, but you're not telling us anything we don't know. And so when we ask people to testify for or against, we're asking for people with direct knowledge of something. Now, you do have direct knowledge of the parole board and the hearings, but so do we. We know more than you do. We're privy to information you are not. And so I appreciate it, but that's why I'm saying it's kind of taking up time, but we're not going to get to really, you know, talk to him and find out whether he's right or not. But Councilor DiPaolo, you are next.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for coming in this morning. Well, do you have a professional background that overlaps in this field?
Yeah.
You've attended a lot of parole hearings and they're lifer hearings.
Correct.
Why haven't you attended other hearings? And I know the answer, but why haven't you attended?
They're not public.
They're not public, okay. And so from my understanding, there are House of Corrections initial release hearings where only one parole board member sits. Is that accurate to your knowledge?
Yeah.
Council can see that. So I guess when I'm asking, you're telling us that from your experience, you think the backgrounds you shared are important. Does that mean they'd be important in every case, even when there's a single member of the board?
Yes, I do think so. Absolutely. And, you know, just to go back to Mr. Kennedy, it's not like I'm suggesting that everybody on the board should be a psychologist. Absolutely not. It's just you need this various, and we're trying to address an imbalance in the parole board.
Thank you. That's my only question.
Oh, Councilor, I know.
Really quickly, I appreciate you coming. And
Thank you.
I'm not sure everybody knows what you know, but I do appreciate it, you coming. And I just want to follow up with my close friend, Councilor Kennedy, which I disagree with. The chairman, the chairperson, she's doing a great job. If she asks anyone here in opposition, you did not have the option to listen to Mr. Kalkhorst and then to speak. If you wanted to speak after Mr. Kalkhorst, I would assume, but I could be wrong, we can ask the chairperson, you have been ruled out of order. So you had no option. You had to speak now. You couldn't listen to him and then speak. I appreciate it. I appreciate everything you said. I really do. I get it. I get it. To me, that parole board should be about treatment, rehabilitation, social science background. I got, appears to be a nice guy. I'm really probably a nice family guy. But does he know, like I said, does he know about mental illness? He has a state rep. I'm sure he's done a great job. I would be a terrible nominee to the parole board. I've done hundreds and hundreds of criminal cases in the beginning of my career. But I don't have any right. You don't need, every person does not have to be have a social science background. I get that too. But, then, when you see this gentleman, and then you see Maryanne Galvin, just to me, when it comes to experience, there's a huge difference. I don't know what your thoughts are, but to me, it's a huge difference when it comes to experience.
Thank you, Counselor. Just point for the record that we're just following the order that we always follow. We always follow. So, no, but it's a valid point. Maybe the council should rethink it. Counselor Juvenville.
Thank you. You attended how many hearings?
35.
And in those 35 hearings, how many times did the discussion get into the crime that was committed?
Majority. Majority spends an inordinate amount of time going over the offense, even if it's 30, 40 years. That's true.
And the parole board members asked the person sitting there whether or not he committed that crime?
There's often a discussion about, that goes into the discrepancies in the record. And so in that case, it feels, yes, that there's this sort of trying to figure out whether the person is been straight on the record all the way through, or whether there's been some change in their view of innocence or guilt. When anyone professes innocence, it's always a problem for the parole board.
Have you been there when somebody professed innocence? And I take it they don't get paroled.
Correct.
And what's your opinion on that, having people have to confess
Well, I think it's
to get parole?
because the courts have decided the person is guilty. No chance of that case being tried again for whatever reason. As long as the person maintains their innocence, they are never going to, from the parole board perspective, they are never going to take responsibility for that.
Well, isn't the fact that somebody pled guilty to it, isn't that taking responsibility when they are in?
Yes, but as we know, there's lots of reasons why people plead.
We do. But what about the person is innocent?
Mhm.
We know that 10 to 15% of people in prisons did not commit the crime. And if there was DNA in all of those cases, there'd be a lot more people released. So what about the person who says, I didn't do it? He's telling the truth. What happens to him?
Well, generally speaking, the parole board has so much difficulty with that. And, there's no way of moving forward with that as long as they want the person to take accountability for the crime per se.
Yeah, I don't understand that line of questioning, or what that has to do with somebody getting parole.
Well, also because, that's the point I'm trying to make, is that, the person could be in for 40 years and have done unbelievable things. They have a BA, they have a master's, they've done every possible program they possibly could, and yet if they are maintaining their innocence, it's still not going to count for anything.
Well,
This is the problem.
here's the paradox I see. If you say you're innocent, it's like catch-22 in some ways. If you say you're innocent and you are innocent, you don't get out. If you are innocent, but yet you know that if you say I did it, you will get out. So for those people, you're forcing them to lie. And to me, somebody that stays in for a significant amount of time when they could have been paroled just by saying, I did it. Those people, to me, should be believed, knowing that the key to the door is just to admit it and you're out. I don't really think that what went on in a courtroom should be brought up again. He's been found guilty, or he pled guilty, or they're coming up for parole. My feeling is the parole board should look at their first day in prison and what have they done in prison? What kind of an inmate have they been? And that should be the reason for parole rather than denial because they don't get on their knees and admit it to the parole board.
It leads to a lot of complicated discussion.
To me, and I hear my fellow counselors talk about a different perspective on on the parole board. And I agree with that. There should be a wide range of different people on the parole board. I believe that there should be an inmate on the parole board. But I'm not the governor, so I don't do the nomination. But to me, more important to me, not so much the background. Are the nominees going to have the backbone and the guts to say parole, vote parole? Because there's pressure in there for people not to say that. There's a lot of pressure in that small group. And only those with I think, courage can buck that sometimes and say, I'm going to vote for parole no matter what. So I don't care whether they're from Mars, as long as they're voting for parole. Because it's, you know why they call it parole board, don't you? They don't call it the denial. They're the parole board. All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, Councilor Devaney, please.
Thank you. I enjoyed our conversation, and thank you for reaching out. It meant a lot. And I have to say that you have more experience than the majority of people. Say that. We can't change what is, okay? Someone has to say they're guilty. I'm not getting into that. I can't do that. But I just want to tell you that what I have seen, okay, and Charlie Bonner, everyone agrees that how competent she is. She is the chair. Now, there was Attorney Maroney, who the governor appointed as an attorney for the parole board. You know that. And then he appointed her to the parole board as a member. I was the only one that voted no.
It's not true.
People don't know it, but the governor appoints the chair. You people don't know that. They would have voted yes, I'm sure. But the point was that Charlie Bonner was the most outstanding chair on the parole board. And he removed her to put Attorney Maroney on. We had no vote on that. But I just want you to know that, because you may not know, you know a lot of things, but I don't know whether you know that we don't vote on the chair. So, you know, so you have observed, you know, parole. And, you know, I think we need, you know, people from all, you know, perspectives. And that's what I thought for when I first got elected. Not all prosecutors, that's for sure. So, what do you see in this? First of all, I met with the nominee. I'm the only one that meets with everybody from judge to.
I'm sorry, Council, that is not true.
I didn't know that. So I did meet him in the hall.
That's outrageous.
Met with him.
It's outrageous.
So I don't know why we keep being interrupted.
Because you're lying.
But anyway, I just want to know, in looking at this nominee, is there anything that you could see that, that he would be a good parole board member?
Well, certainly criminal defense, as a criminal defense attorney, you have certain skills that can help you evaluate some, you know, qualities of an individual. But again, I don't think it's necessarily about the legal system, whether a person is ready to live on the outside.
We talked so long, I don't really have any questions. Thank you for your interest, and we need more people. Stay involved, not in just this one. There've been past ones. I wish you had been here. I wish you had been here. So I need you.
I just wanted to say, you know, that we are a group of volunteers who just go to parole hearings.
Yeah.
Just on a voluntary.
But thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And to correct the record, all of us meet with the nominees. I know many of us, I know all of us in this room did, not just Councilor Devaney. And Councilor Devaney was not the only no vote against the chair. I do wish you would get your facts right, but that's. I know you did, Marilyn, and you said you were the only person that did, and that's a lie. That's not true. You should know your facts. All right, the next witness in opposition is Laura Burland. that it says here, there's Lisa Burland and Laura Burland in person.
No, that's not correct. I'm testifying for me.
Elizabeth Matos.
Okay, you're on the wrong list then. They gave me a list with you on it. Okay, so Elizabeth Matos. And again, please, you know, we want your testimony, but the reason we're here today is to vet him publicly and hear from him. So I really like to keep this on point of your knowledge of this person, because we know about the parole board, and no one has championed parole probably more than I have in this room, and no one has given them more of an earful. So I appreciate you being here, but please keep it relative to this person. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Duff. My name is Elizabeth Matos. I'm the Executive Director of Prisoners Legal Services of Massachusetts. I have been with that organization for over 10 years. Prior to that, I was a housing attorney, disability attorney, an education attorney, and an immigration attorney in the legal services context as well. And I'm born and raised in Fall River, Massachusetts, so also Massachusetts homegrown. I have no personal knowledge of Representative Kelcourse, aside from the fact that I've been doing legislative work for many, many years and know that he is a representative. However, there is not a requirement that I personally know the candidate in order to testify today. And so what I am testifying about is the charge of this body, which is to ensure that there are core competencies on the parole board. This is not, the purpose of today is not to decipher whether or not there's enough negative information about this candidate to not put them through to the parole board. There's a larger question here, and that is, what are the core competencies necessary for the parole board to do its job? And that's what we should be looking at here, and that's why this is not in any way a personal attack on the representative. I think he's an upstanding person and a person from everything that I know of him. So I will continue to speak on the basis of the issues with parole. We see many, many folks, our clients are all incarcerated, the majority of which go before the parole board, are preparing to go before the parole board, or will go before the parole board. And there have been many concerns raised to us since our inception in 1972, when we were created by the Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts as an organization. I think the questions, and I think I'm mostly going to respond to things that have already been raised. What you have before you is, yes, someone who has practiced criminal defense law, but whose core practice has not been criminal defense. The Department of Commerce, from the area where he practices, and you have heard that the Mass Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers is also in opposition to this. That should be taken into consideration. It is not, I'm sure, because he was not a competent criminal defense attorney, but because that is not what is really sorely needed on the parole board right now. We have over 80% of people who go before the parole board whose main issues are a history of mental health issues and substance use disorder. What was talked about before in terms of this candidate, I would hope any candidate that becomes before this body for a position on the parole board would have a basic understanding and knowledge and have researched issues about substance use and mental health issues and how that impacts people in their community. That is a basic, I would say, basic competency to even be applying for this position and get to the point of being nominated. But I would argue that that is not your charge here, is to ensure that somebody has those basic competencies, which I would think every member of the parole board now has. What we are lacking on the parole board is someone with a deep understanding and actual experience, field experience in substance use and mental health for a population that is not largely, not slightly the majority, but the large majority. Almost every single person going before the parole board has as their core problems mental health and substance use issues. And we lack the competency on the parole board to appropriately assess those individuals for release. And that is not what we have seen time and time again. You just heard testimony to that effect, and we have seen that for many, many years in the parole board. So yes, the history of the parole board is at issue, but the current state of the parole board is what we're talking about today. We're not talking about this happened in the past. We're talking about the ability of the parole board today to do its job competently, competence. And so this is not about whether or not Representative Kelcourse is a good person or would be a good colleague on the Parole Board or do a fair job. Fairness, of course, I think would be a preliminary issue as well that we would consider in any candidate. The question is whether or not he brings a competency that's sorely needed to the Parole Board right now. Also, I've heard no mention today of the legislature's report on structural racism in parole. This is a huge issue. The legislature came out with this report. There was media done on this report. The issue of structural racism and the attention that it needs in terms of someone coming in with a lens and being able to analyze those issues and the candidates before the Parole Board is incredibly important. And there were two main recommendations. There were a number of recommendations, but two recommendations that were made. And one was to diversify the Parole Board, not just in terms of racial diversity, but of course, we don't want someone on the Parole Board just because they are racially diverse, but because as a preliminary issue, again, they bring something to the table that is lacking, and then also bring the perspective of the majority of people who go before them, who are also people of color with lived experiences that can relate to folks going before them. The other was to have someone who was formerly incarcerated and who has had the experience of going before the Parole Board, also on the Parole Board. And we don't have nominees who fit either of those requirements. So I just wanted to highlight that because I think it's important. There are other recommendations I think that would be good for this body to look at. So, you know, in conclusion, I don't want to take much more time. I would like to actually have a conversation. I'd be happy to answer questions. But the reason I'm opposed is because those competencies will continue to be lacking with this nominee going forward.
Okay. Thank you very much for this. You made some statements that I'm not quite sure where you got there because we haven't even we haven't even talked. So you're telling us we're not discussing things we haven't had a chance to discuss, but I know it's a prepared statement.
It's not actually a prepared statement, but just, I didn't say you weren't discussing it. I was just saying.
You did actually say that, but we do the Counselor, I see you. The recommendations of the board are that we have diversity in different people, which we don't have everything we want. But you did say there's no one who's an expert on addiction.
I didn't say that.
You did, really?
Competency is lacking. Again,
I would like to see your statement because I believe you did in
notes.
Charlene Bonner is an expert on addiction. Now, do you know what his experience is with addiction?
I have heard what's been presented and what is publicly available.
He hasn't presented yet. So, I mean, listen, I'm all about what you're saying, okay? I'm all about the diversity and stuff. As the chair, I have to say, we have no idea yet, because this man hasn't spoken, about what his expertise or personal relationship with addiction is. And so, again, to Councilor Kennedy's point, you know, we rejected someone who came up, who was African-American, and it was very controversial for us to do that. But we have to know all the facts before we're attacking what the facts are, because you don't even know what the facts are yet. So I really deeply appreciate this. I mean, I speak to the staff at the board all the time. There are a lot of things in play here, not just certain expertise in addiction and stuff. There are many, many things that not the board, but the staff are looking for, that they desperately need, that they are literally calling me and begging me for. And when it's after he speaks and when we go through all this, we'll talk about that, so you know more about it, which you wouldn't because, you know, I never thought in my wildest dreams I would say this, but we don't have a white guy on the Parole Board. Okay, so Councilor Devaney, go ahead. No, go ahead, Councilor Devaney, you had questions? I don't want a response. I'm just making a statement. It's not a question. It's not an engagement. It's a statement. Go ahead, Councilor Devaney.
Thank you for coming. Your knowledge is obvious that you have on the subject. And I have been trying years to get more drug treatment stipends. And legislators could vote on that. They would be a leader to do that. And yet, I think we get 1.5% of the budget. So having said that, I believe there's racial disparity. There's absolutely. And what are we doing about it? What legislation has been passed? I didn't see it. And I saw it firsthand when I went out to Norfolk Prison and when I went out to Bridgewater, and I met the two gentlemen who got life imprisonment without parole. What a travesty of justice. And you know what? I went in my car and I cried after I met with these men. So I think legislation rules a lot of things. It takes discretion away from judges, does a lot of things. But let's see what good things we can do. Drug treatment centers. And for people with alcohol problems or mental issues, that's what we want legislators to do. So, having said that, I really appreciate what you've said here. And, like I said, there's no words. I am just so upset about this whole hearing. It's not like, but I want you to be respected, and I respect you, and I thank you, and I hope we'll talk again, okay? And please keep involved. We need you. I'm begging people, because we need you the past couple of years, and we'll need you again. So thank you. Is there anything that you would like to see as far as the council being more involved in looking into these people? As I said, I met with them at Lent, and I had 5. It was very hard, and they're all put on the last minute, and I find him to be a very nice person. So I'm just wondering, what more would you say that I can do?
Thank you for that question. I also reviewed the representative's resume in preparation for this, so I did have some facts and information before me. I don't know to what extent each member engages with people actually seeking parole and actually goes to parole hearings. I imagine many of you do. I hope many of you do. But I do think that would be very helpful and enlightening to continue to practice and to engage in that process as much as possible. So I think it informs the work that you're doing here. But that would be, I think, the single most important.
Well, I don't really say a lot of things I do, but I've been in touch from the people who got recommendations and talked on the phone recently with them. And I'm wishing them all good luck because, most there's a real life has been taken. So, I thank you for all you do. Thank you.
Also, Ionella.
Thank you. Question. What did you want to respond to Councilor Duff?
Well, just the allegation that I don't know anything, don't have any facts, and
I didn't say you didn't know facts. Do not misrepresent me. This is taped and we can go back and review it. I did not say that.
you also made reference before to the fact that I can only testify before, and I'll only have the information that is publicly available, of course. And so the best I can do with the tools that I've been given and provided and allowed is to testify on the basis of what I know and what I've had access to. So I did want to clarify that, which is a point that you had raised before, but I thought was not getting sufficient attention.
And one thing, first of all, I respect the chairperson. We have a lot of leeway here. I am a strong believer in transparency. If there's one thing I like, it's transparency. The chair does have the option. It's up to her, and I respect her a great deal, that anyone who does speak in opposition after the nominee speaks, you folks speaking back, that's up to the chair. And I respect the chair. It's not like it's a hard and fast rule that you cannot. That's up to the chairperson. I thought your testimony was very compelling. I really appreciate it. It was enlightening, and I thought you did a great job. Thank you.
Councilor Paul?
Thank you, Counselor. Good morning. Thank you for coming here today. So I don't have your expertise in this area, so I'd like to ask you a couple questions while we have.
Sure.
First of all, I asked the previous nominee, am I correct in understanding, to your knowledge, that House of Corrections initial release hearings have only one parole board member sitting?
Generally, yes, there's one in those hearings.
Okay. And working with prisoner legal services, you have a much firmer grasp on the incarcerated population than I suppose I do, in spite of my best efforts. I come from the second biggest city in the Commonwealth, Worcester. Being the second biggest city in the Commonwealth, in your experience, would it be fair to say that proportionally Worcester is represented proportional to its size in the Commonwealth?
Are you
Incarcerated population?
the incarcerated population? I would want to look at numbers to confirm that. I'm a lawyer, but my experience from what I can recall, yes, I think that is probably a fair assessment.
I would speculate that it's probably represented beyond its proportion to the Commonwealth because our incarcerated population is overwhelmingly disproportionately Black and Latino. And Worcester, of course, has a relatively high Black and Latino population compared to the Commonwealth. I ask because we've had 3 bites at the apple in this week, and this is for the public, not for you. The administration's had 3 bites at the apple this week regarding parole board. 3 bites at the apple. No one from Worcester, the second biggest city in the Commonwealth, which has, I don't know who the last person from Worcester on the parole board was. What I do know is that an important aspect of the parole board that has been discussed and will continue to be discussed today is knowledge with the outside community, the recovery community in particular. And so lacking a perspective from the second largest city in the Commonwealth, lacking a perspective on the programs that are in that area, I have a really hard time understanding how we're doing best by the Commonwealth when in 3 bites of the apple, no one from Worcester. Especially when I know there's qualified applicants in the pool who've been interviewed. Now, the other thing that there's been 3 bites at the apple with this week is having a licensed social worker on the parole board. Because we rejected a nominee, this very council did, is the first time this council rejected any nominee in 6 years. So I lost that talking point on the campaign trail. We're not a rubber stamp. We rejected 1 person. 1. It wasn't just me. I heard at that hearing and at the assembly vote that we wanted a licensed social worker. So I'm fine with the diversity of professional background, but 3 bites at the apple after the first rejection and no licensed social worker and no one from Worcester. My mind is spinning, and it's only the first parole board hearing of the 3. Now, you are familiar with our incarcerated population and the programming within because of your role at Prisoner Legal Services. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
I probably haven't had opportunity to visit our prison and jail facilities as often as you have. Have you regularly visited our houses of correction?
Less so during COVID, but yeah.
And so what is it like? We've heard already this morning the imperative need to address mental health and substance use disorder in our incarcerated population and our criminal system as a whole. So what's it like? If that's the need, what could you share with the public and with the council? What's it like inside? Because that's the need. So what's happening in the cages?
Thank you for your questions and for lifting up the fact that Worcester, like other cities and like the entire incarcerated population, is disproportionately representative of people of color in the Commonwealth. So the majority of facilities, this includes houses of correction and DOC facilities, do not have sufficient substance use treatment options. And that includes access to medication-assisted treatment, or now we say MOUD, because it has not been funded, and also because when MAT was initially funded in 2018, it was a pilot program for those counties that wanted to opt into the program, and a minority of counties chose to opt into that program. However, now it does appear that most counties are looking for funding to provide MAT in their facilities, which is great. And there is, of course, significant funding coming from the federal sector and from the state to support that, which is helpful and has helped inspire an interest in MAT, the provision of MAT in county jails. Similarly, in the Department of Correction, there is very limited access to medication-assisted treatment in a minority of basically in 3 facilities. They've had a very hard time rolling it out across the department, but the goal is to have access to medication-assisted treatment across the Department of Correction as well. But right now, as we speak, and during the course of the pandemic, and while people who with active substance use have been incarcerated, and arrested and incarcerated over the last few years, there is, the majority of people do not have access, and it is a factor, basically a matter of geography, whether or not you get access to treatment or not, and that is only for opioid use disorder. Other forms of addiction are also very limited treatment, like group therapy, and that kind of thing is limited, if at all available.
So when you talk about medically assisted treatment and other evidence-based treatments not being adequate to meet current need, are you speaking to current need regarding diagnosed mental health concerns, or are you speaking to speculated undiagnosed mental health concerns, which I know anyone who works anywhere close to our jail suspects is very high, no matter what side of whatever issue they're on?
Yeah, I mean, the corrections officials themselves and the Mass Sheriff's Association recently, announced numbers, and the department has consistently said that the majority of the population, upwards of 70, sometimes 80%, depending on who you ask, within corrections are coming in with active substance use disorder and co-occurring mental health issues.
So as a matter of policy, if we don't have adequate resources in our jails, as a matter of policy, I doubt the people of the Commonwealth want to be paying what is now 90 grand a year to keep someone in a cage rather than to get them treatment. Do you think that would be fair to say?
I think that would be fair to say. It also posit that a more effective way to provide the treatment would be to make it accessible in the community so that people don't end up in that situation.
Which is back to my idea that we should have people on the parole, we should have someone from Worcester who knows what's going on in Worcester, the second biggest city in the Commonwealth. So is there room for proactive sheriffs at the county level to be doing things on these issues? Do you see some sheriffs being proactive on these issues in ways that others aren't?
Yes.
What are some effective solutions that you've seen out there? Dare I say piloted?
Sure. I think some people are more active in looking for funding and partnering with folks in their communities to provide access to treatment. Also, some sheriffs are collaborating with district attorneys to actually divert people to community-based treatment instead of incarcerating them, and more actively working on reentry planning that is long-term and sustainable.
Okay. I have one last question, because this isn't my legal. I've heard a lot about needing lawyers and legal expertise on the parole board today. So I wanted to take a look at what information is considered in parole release decisions, because as a lawyer, I wanted to see if I could handle it. So I'm looking at them right now. So in making a parole or re-parole determination, the parole hearing panel, and that would be members of the parole board, in some cases one member, in some cases the entire panel, I suppose. The parole hearing panel shall consider a risk and needs assessment. What is a risk and needs assessment? Is that a legal term?
It's a term of art. And
Okay.
if I'm not mistaken, it comes directly from the correctional facility.
Mm-hmm. And it's a risk and needs assessment. Sounds like a psychological assessment of some kind. The risks that someone would pose to the community, the needs someone would have.
Assessment tool they're using, and I think Patty Guerin is also testifying and can speak more.
Okay. It goes on to say whether the inmate has participated in available work opportunities and education or treatment programs. Whether the inmate has participated in available work opportunities and education or treatment programs. You're a trained lawyer. Do you think that your legal training was necessary to make that determination?
No, that's part of my point. Yep.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Would you mind if I continue to go? Because I want to make a point and make sure I understand things properly. And has demonstrated good behavior. Is that something you think your legal training helped you prepare for, to evaluate good behavior? I have a hard time understanding why we're going to pretend that the work of the parole board isn't about addressing the needs of the incarcerated population. And I don't know if you heard, but I'm from the second biggest city in the Commonwealth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor. Councilor Vieira?
Hi, nice to see you again.
Nice to see you again.
Welcome back from Fall River. Do you agree, I'm looking at it right now, there's a report, so 2020, the Massachusetts Parole Board put out their annual statistical report. Do you agree with the findings in those 50 pages of their reportings?
Which report?
The report that the Parole Board puts out every year. 50-page report about how many hearings there were, how many were approved, how many were denied, broken down by race and sex and age and county.
I've not reviewed it recently, but I don't recall having any major position or contradictions that I noted in the report.
So you agree that over half the people are actually granted parole that come before the Parole Board?
I think that's an accurate number.
Do you agree that Massachusetts is one of the highest parole rates in the country?
I have heard that statistic, yes, but I think there are also, that should be qualified, that statement.
How would you qualify it?
Well, my understanding is there's a paroling rate and then there's a release rate. And then you also have to look at what populations are being released on parole. The county jails, of course, have people serving less than 2-year sentences, and the state system has people serving much longer sentences. And I think the numbers are different depending on the population that you're looking at. We also don't have data to break down by race or gender who is being released.
I think we do. I think it's right here in this report.
It is.
I don't think it's disaggregated from my understanding.
If you go through it, there's certainly a breakdown of who's being released, what county's being released.
Right, but you don't have the breakdown of the denials.
They do. They tell you how many applied, how many got approved, how many got denied.
Sure.
Overall, it's like 55%, I believe, roughly. Tell you, break it down by city, New Bedford, Springfield, Dorchester. They break it all down. Do you believe that Massachusetts incarcerates less people than most other, or less than any other state in the country? So we incarcerate less than anyone else in the country, and we parole more than anyone else in the country.
More than most countries in the world.
Okay, so you're looking at globally. I'm talking about the country right now.
Yes, I agree with that statement.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you very much for your testimony. It's greatly appreciated.
Madam Chair,
Yeah? Yes, who is this? Councilor Hurley?
That is.
yes, it is.
Yes. Did you have a question, Councilor?
Yes, good morning.
Yes, please. I'm
First
so
of all,
sorry. Go ahead.
Springfield used to be the second largest city in Massachusetts
I thought
until they
it still
started
was.
counting
Huh?
college students. Until they started counting college students, which skewed everything. Number one. Number two, I am also very upset because Western Massachusetts, whether or not you include Worcester as part of that or not, has no representative on the parole board. And I think that is outrageous. And as far as the witness is concerned, so you think it's very important that someone have a working knowledge of drug addiction, mental health issues, and are you also saying that they should be a licensed social worker?
Counselor, did you
you
ask
hear
a
me?
question to the person
Yes.
testifying? Did you hear that, attorney? Could you repeat it a little bit louder so the attorney can hear you?
I'm sorry. You indicated that a working knowledge of drug addiction, mental health issues should also be a part of the wheelhouse of a person who gets on the parole board. And are you also saying that that person should be a licensed social worker?
No, I don't think everyone who's on the parole board needs to be a licensed social worker. I think a core competency for being considered for the position should be that a person has a working knowledge of what substance use disorder is, what available treatments are, what available treatment options there are in the community, and what the treatment options are in facilities where people are incarcerated who are seeking parole. I think there's a basic subset of knowledge that should be required for someone seeking the position. But no, I don't believe that every member should be a licensed social worker.
Thank you.
Anything else, Council Hurley?
No,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. We appreciate it very much. Okay, the next witness testifying remotely, Ani Kukakov. Did I say it correctly? Oh, it's Lonnie. It's an L. It's here as an I. Lonnie Kukakov, you're online?
Yes.
Could you please,
hear me?
Yes, it's your turn. You're up.
Okay. So I am not going to read much of my testimony because I've heard the committee, the councils. I'm having a hard time because I'm flashing back at myself here, all of my vocals. So please bear with me. So I just want to say a number of things. And again, this is not an attack on the counselor's character. I mean on the representative's character. I don't know the representative. And I am going by the research I've done, more specifically, the representative's resume. My belief is that if Mr. Kelcourse were on committees in the legislature that were more closely aligned with issues specific to public safety, mental health, substance abuse, or the judiciary, which he is not, it would have given him a better understanding of the intricacies of what happens after someone has been convicted, sentenced, and spent years in prison before becoming eligible for parole. So where do I come from in relation to this testimony and my experience? I've spent most of my adult life, in fact, since 1976, working in some capacity with the Department of Correction. For many years, teaching sociology and criminology courses inside the walls under the auspices of the Boston University and the UMass prison education programs, training DOC staff, and as a consultant to several commissioners and deputy commissioners regarding the delivering of in-prison programming. And most recently, I've been the executive director of Partakers, a nonprofit organization that mentors incarcerated men and women who are working to obtain their baccalaureate degree. I've also attended many parole hearings and in fact have offered testimonials on behalf of people seeking parole because of the incredible amount of work I believe they did inside to prove their worthiness to reenter society. This is what I think I would like to most emphasize. It took me as an academician and someone who is willing to be open to learning without bias to become familiar with the many cultural influences on criminal behavior and the ramifications of what it means to be serving time. And I think it's developing this kind of awareness and most importantly, becoming mindful of the underpinnings of what is basic to the majority of the prison population and what's been pointed out so many times today already, namely issues of substance abuse and mental health that I believe are most necessary to possess in order to serve on the parole board. So as I said, I have a more formal statement and I will email it to all counselors, but it's because of the lack of what I've just mentioned I've gained in my professional career that I don't see in the representative's resume that I believe don't qualify him to, at this point in time, be a member of the parole board. And I thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Questions? Okay, no questions. Our next witness will be Patty Guerin. Attorney Guerin?
Hello.
Good to see you.
Can you hear me okay?
We sure can, thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry I can't be there today in person. It's a health reason, but I will do my best to be quick and get to my point. I've met most of you. I know a lot of you. I've been a criminal defense and civil rights attorney for 38 years. I've worked as the director of the Northeastern Law School Prisoners Assistance Project for 24 years. I also now work as a mentor for the Public Defender's Office in that I train lawyers to do parole hearings. I've been working in parole for most of my life, and right now I'm before the parole board with my students 15 to 20 times a year. So I know what goes on there. I know the board members, and I believe I have a good idea of what the board needs. I'm here today to ask you to vote no on Rep. Kalkhorst as a parole board nominee. I think he sounds like a terrific person and probably a good rep, but I don't think that's how I'd look at him as a parole board member. This job is too important for it to be a patronage job. It is much too important. It affects thousands of people's lives, and we need to get the best person, not just a good person or an okay person. We need to find somebody with the qualifications that we need to change this system. First, as everybody has noted, so I won't dwell on it, we need more people with human service background on the board, social service, human service. Right now, we have one, Charlene Bonner. 1 out of 7 is not enough. Even if we get Maryanne Galvin, we'll have 2 out of 7. That is not enough. The majority of people on the board should have backgrounds in human service or social service. Look at the kinds of issues they have to deal with. The other issue is, as some board members have pointed out, the vast majority of parole hearings have only one board member at them. House of Correction hearings have one person. That's half of the prison population. The non-lifer state prisoners have 2 or 3 board members. There's only the lifer hearings that have all 7 that get the benefit of Charlene Bonner all the time. And it is a huge benefit to have someone with her knowledge on a board dealing with the kinds of problems that they deal with. We need someone with a background in education or social work or psychology or psychiatry or medicine. There's lots of human service backgrounds that would be helpful to have on the board. Second, I was honored to sit on the Legislative Commission on Structural Racism in Parole. I helped to write the report. Guess what? We have a parole board with 7 members and we only have 2 people of color on it. 2 out of 7. That is not representative of who should be on the board. 60% of the people who are incarcerated in the Massachusetts DOC are people of color. If we were going to have 60% of our parole board be people of color so that they were representative of the people they judge, we would have 4+ members on that board who are people of color. And now we have 2. That is a huge need, as the Legislative Commission found. Lastly, we need somebody who wants to be an active agent of change. There's good things going on in parole. This past year, there was the Mass Bar Association investigated and wrote a great report about the board's lack of commutation proceedings. The Commission on Structural Racism wrote a terrific report with 14 recommendations about things the board needs to change to get rid of the structural racism that has been there forever but affects every part of the parole process. We need somebody who's willing to look at what's going on and work for change. And I'm not sure that that is what Rep. Kelcourse is about. I've looked at his legislative voting record. I've looked at all the news articles I could find on him. I don't know him personally. I've heard nothing but comments about what a good person he is. I also saw an article about him going to it, speaking at a Tea Party meeting in 2012, I think it was. I've seen other things that make me wonder, is he going to be an agent of change? He's given huge amounts of money to the Republican Party and to Baker. Okay, lots of people do it. That's fine. But it has the feel of a patronage position to me. And when you have such flexibility to be able to appoint qualified people and qualified people of color to this position, I don't think you should settle for somebody who is a really nice guy. I just think we need more on our parole board than that. I wrote more. I'll submit more in writing after this, but I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Council Iannella?
Thank you very much, Patty, for testifying. You've testified before this council on numerous occasions, and it's always good to hear what you have to say. You know, that's my biggest concern. I don't know if you were on Zoom before, but, you know, he seems like a nice guy, this Mr. Kelcourse. I haven't heard from him yet. But to me, there's a real problem with people in prison who have substance abuse issues, mental health issues. And my biggest concern with the nominee, as you indicated, what type of knowledge, what type of experience does this nominee have with respect to those issues? So again, I haven't heard from him, but that's what I'm concerned about as you are. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Devaney?
Patty, we haven't heard from you. Stay involved. I appreciate your testimony, and I agree with my colleague, Councilor Iannella. And I think that, you know, it's more than just being a good person, but more than believing in second chances. We have to have someone that, as you have said, and I'm not going to go over your testimony, but I really appreciate your testimony. I hope you'll stay involved. We missed you and in the past, so we need you. Thank you.
Anybody else? Attorney Guerin, would you prefer that Sheila Dupre stay on the board instead?
I'm sorry, could you say that one again? I didn't quite hear it all.
I'm sorry. Would you prefer that Sheila Dupre stay on the board until they instead?
I believe that is her intention. I believe what I know is that she was looking for another job. She got a consultant job, but she hasn't left yet. And I think that she knows and understands that it's time for her to leave, I think, and she knows that. I know she's having second thoughts, so I don't want to think that this is an either or, that one or the other stays on. I mean, her term is long expired. She can be replaced at any moment because she's sitting in holdover status right now. So I don't look at it as an either or.
Excellent point. Thank you. It is always a pleasure to see you and to talk to you. I'm glad that we speak frequently, and we deeply respect your point of view and expertise. On that note, I'm going to call a recess because the Lieutenant Governor is coming in for the actual meeting of the council. Everyone's welcome to stay during this. No, we will resume immediately afterwards. We've taken up too much time this morning to break for lunch. So we'll resume immediately afterwards because we have a 1 o'clock. So we need to keep going.
Meeting to order, and I would ask that Councilor Iannella lead us in prayer and pledge.
Thank you very much. We seek blessings on the task before us. Bless our efforts with clear insight, our deliberations with wisdom, our work with clarity and accuracy, and our decision with impartiality. Amen.
Amen.
Allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands, nation, God, indivisible, liberty, and justice for all.
I recognize Councilor Giovanni for a motion to record advice and consent for the financial warrant.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I recognize Councilor Ferrera for a motion to record advice and consent for the pending list of notaries, public, and justices of the peace.
So move, Governor.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. I recognize Councilor Jubenville for a motion to record advice and consent for the appointment of William J. Galvin to the position of Associate Justice of the District Court.
A pleasure to so move.
Second.
There's a motion and a second.
I would be remiss if I didn't say one of the best has come through here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we may commence the roll call.
Yes.
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 Thank you. We have a new nomination today. Janine M. Simonian has been nominated to the position of Associate Justice of the District Court. That's in Councilor Hurley's district.
Yes, I'm going to schedule that for June 22nd.
How many do we have, Lieutenant Governor, June 22nd?
Just one at 10 a.m.
Now we have two. Okay. What time is that, Lieutenant Governor?
Councilor Hurley.
I'm going to say 11 o'clock, understanding that it may not take place right at 11.
Okay.
Point of information, what is the first one that we have on that?
And who is it you wanted to know?
No, I said what, we got
10
one.
a.m. and 11.
It's on the list in your packet, Marilyn, that they gave you today.
Okay. Kim Foster is at 10. Okay, very good. Before concluding, we have an intern who is with us here today. Caitlin Fury, she's a second-year law student at Suffolk. So thank you for interning us. Tell us where you're from. Not far from where I live. I'm thrilled. That's great. And you're at Suffolk. You got through second year. That's terrific. Do you have an interest in government?
I do have an interest, so I'm excited to explore that interest this summer.
Okay, well, we'll keep you busy.
Yes.
It's plenty to do. All right, that concludes our business today. Thank you.
Paulus, I'd like them all to be in here, but I know they have things to do, but we're on such a tight schedule. That's why the first witnesses, when you take all that time, it throws everybody else off. All right, let's get back and we will hear from our nominee, Attorney Kalkhorst. Before you give us your statement, if there's anyone here with you today you'd like to introduce, please do, and then take your time and give us your statement.
Well, I'll get started and I'll introduce them, Madam Counselor, in my statement. Good afternoon. My name is James Kelcourse, and I want to start by saying thank you for the opportunity to appear here before you today. I also want to thank Governor Baker for nominating me and Lieutenant Governor Polito and my colleagues in the legislature for their friendship and support throughout this process. I am also very grateful to the voters of the 1st Essex District for providing me with the privilege of serving them for the last 8 years. Representing them in the House has been an honor and the best job I've ever had. I was born and raised in Massachusetts. My mother immigrated to this country by herself. She was 19. My dad is from Quincy, a city where I was born. Sorry about that. Both are here with me today, along with my wife, Amanda. My wife and I live in Amesbury and are raising our 2 boys, Michael and Thomas, who are in school today. My wife works for a local bank, and I'm a self-employed defense attorney with an office in Newburyport, in addition to serving as a state representative. I graduated from Amesbury High School, attended Villanova University with a full athletic scholarship where I played football for 4 years. Villanova, I studied business, graduated with a bachelor's degree in business management, followed by a master's degree in business administration. Afterwards, I returned home to Massachusetts, where I worked for a financial services firm and later on for my dad and our family's marina business. While working full-time days, I attended law school nights, and after 4 years, I graduated from the Massachusetts School of Law in Andover. I then opened my own practice, began defending clients charged with various crimes, including OUI, rape, and assault and battery. I've always believed in second chances, but I also believe in the importance of managing risk. As a young person, I made mistakes in my life. The lessons I learned helped shape me into the adult I am today. I'm grateful to the people who took the time to help me, steer me in the right direction. Fortunately, there are many who were not as lucky as I have been to have the support that I had, and for a variety of reasons, they ended up incarcerated. Some of these people were former classmates, teammates of mine, and friends. While our system is not perfect, I think we're on a path to improving programming and other tools available to inmates so that they may work towards release and successful reentry. I recently visited Susan Baranowski and MCI Norfolk, where I met with various inmates, including members of the African American Culture Coalition, to learn more about their experience, what we are doing now, and what we can do in the future. I'm confident that there is a willingness in our institutions to further improve rehabilitation programs and to offer support to those who are incarcerated and working towards their release. I also visited with the Deputy Supervisor of Parole Region 1 in Dorchester and witnessed the things we are doing to support those who have been paroled so that those individuals may lead successful, productive lives outside of our institutions. Throughout my time as a state representative, I have focused on trying to make a difference in the lives of people in the communities that I've had the privilege of serving. I view the Parole Board as a new and wonderful opportunity for me to serve our communities in a different way. If I am so honored to receive your support, I promise that I will continue to listen and learn about how we can improve the quality of programming we support in our correctional facilities. I promise that I will continue to speak out on the importance of second chances, and I will honor that belief in action. And I promise to continue to advocate on behalf of those who need it, specifically those members of our communities who are in our correctional institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Attorney Kelcourse. And did you introduce the people in the room?
I did. My mother, Delina, and my wife, Amanda, and my dad, Larry.
Thank you. Welcome. Okay, we'll start the questioning, and actually, I'm going to start with Councilor Hurley because she's not feeling well and she's online, so I'm going to go a little bit differently than what I usually do. Councilor Hurley, can you hear me?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I know you're not feeling well as a result of your shots, so why don't we start with you and we'll go around that way instead. Thank you.
Thank you. So my first question is, what is your educational background or experience in the area of social work?
Thank you, Madam Counselor. So my educational background, as discussed, is business and is law. I'm a licensed attorney. My experience with social programs throughout my district is actually very great. In fact, one of the individuals that was here today is Gary Gassman, Dr. Gary Gassman from the Link House. And I deal with a number of different constituent matters, and a lot of those issues involve substance abuse and use, dependency, incarceration having to do with drugs and alcohol, and getting people help. I deal often with the Link House. I deal often with the Pettingill House. These programs in my community are there to help people. In fact, they do an excellent job. And one of the items I always argue for in our budget is support for these programs, because I know, for instance, the Link House is looking to expand because of the need and provide additional resources to those people who need their assistance.
Okay, so is it fair to say you have no educational background or experience in social work?
I have still, actually, I do have experience from an educational perspective. My first year at Villanova University was in arts and sciences, and we were actually required to take courses as part of our degree program, psychology, sociology, so it wasn't just all accounting and finance. And then my experience dealing with people throughout the communities has to do with firsthand knowledge and experience. For instance, dealing with Mark Goldstein, who's the CEO of Anna Jake's Hospital. We have frequent people that need, admittance to 2 North. 2 North is a section within the hospital dealing with, mental health issues. And again, oftentimes I'm picking up the phone, and one of the reasons I believe he is in here today is because of my relationship that I've developed with Dr. Gary Gassman in the Link House and providing support for people. Sheriff Cousins, retired Sheriff Frank Cousins, was here, who testified earlier, and I think he was the pioneer with respect to the 30-day program for treating people at the Middleton jail who are drug dependent and getting them the treatment instead of incarcerating them and treating them as criminals, treating the disease versus locking them up and dealing with it that way. So a lot of firsthand knowledge and experience with respect to that.
So I'm going to ask you again, and here's the situation. I asked you what time it was. You told me how to build a watch. All right. I was a judge for 20 years. If someone asked me, do I have background, education, or experience in social work, I would have to say no. So again, sir, do you have any educational background or experience in social work? Are you a licensed social worker?
I'm not a licensed social worker, but I do have coursework in sociology and psychology. Yes.
That has nothing to do with social work, coursework. Is that fair to say?
Well, it's part of my education.
Part of your education, but again, part of your education, you did not go to school to be a social worker, did you?
No, I did not.
All right. So let's go on. Now, in terms of the types of cases that you did, you represented criminal defendants. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I have.
And it was your job to get them out of their difficulty or the charges they had facing them with the least amount of punishment possible. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. So when you say you have a background being a defense attorney, your job wasn't to make an independent, impartial determination as to whether or not somebody should go to jail or not go to jail. Your job was to make sure that they didn't go to jail unless the Commonwealth had the case to prove against them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And further, as it relates to all the things that you've done in terms of being a state representative, you wouldn't say that you could be the administrator of a hospital based upon your interaction with the people at the hospital. Is that correct?
I probably could based on my education and my experience, work experience.
All right, you probably could.
Because it's administrative, and I have a master's in business administration and a business management, bachelor's in business management.
But not hospital
Experience.
administration.
No.
No, not hospital administration. And as far as being the administrator of the program, and I couldn't hear the correct name of it, I apologize, but what was the name of that program? Lake something?
Link House.
Link House or Lake House?
Link House, LINK.
Okay. You do not have the background in terms of drug and mental health issues to be the administrator there. Is that correct?
Well, I think being an administrator and somebody who is a counselor are two different things. I don't think Dr. Gassman necessarily is an administrator, is a counselor. They have multiple people within that organization. So they have people running the organization, marketing the organization, but people who are specialized for particular fields of medicine, for instance, or behavioral health to focus in on that patient's needs.
So he's got an education as a doctor, a medical doctor?
I don't know what
Is
his
that correct?
discipline was.
But he has a doctoral degree.
Yes.
Is that fair to say? So you do not have a doctoral degree
A
in
juris doctor.
taking care of people with drug addiction or mental health issues. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say, yes.
Okay. All right. So aside from being a good guy and being supportive of the programs in your area, you don't have really any experience, life experience with the parole board. Is that correct?
I don't have life experience with the parole board, but I think that was kind of a two-part question that may deserve a two-part answer. If you would be all right with that.
I'll hear what you have to say, no problem.
So I don't have just surface experience with supporting the organizations within my district. Madam Counselor, I've dealt with real life situations, where people have ended up incarcerated and helping them when they're out on release and getting the programming and support, meeting with them one-on-one. I don't mean to turn this into an emotional episode, but one of the things I do is I carry this with me because I know there's been a lot of this hearing has been focused on mental health and substance use. I carried this with me every day. This is a card right here of a funeral of a young man. His name's James Fitzgerald, and he died. I was in this building. I gave my maiden speech on the floor of the House of Representatives, and I was asked by the Chief of Police of Salisbury to come back and speak about opioid use and disorders in my district. And I met this gentleman. He came up to me, asked me for help, and his mom called. A few days later, he called me, we texted back and forth. The fact I had a nurse at the meeting who said, why would you give your cell phone number to somebody that you barely know? And I said, well, he asked me for help. I want to help him. And his mom, he was incarcerated previously. Sheriff Cousins knew him really well. My wife and I were on the baseball field in Amesbury with our 2 little boys on a Saturday morning. His mom called me. He said, I just want to let you know Jimmy's dead. We found him this morning. There just wasn't enough programming to help that kid. He's gone. And that's the kind of attention to detail that I focus in on as a representative. I take these matters to heart. I want to help these folks. I just don't want to serve on a board. It's not patronage to me. It's not something that I just want to do because, maybe I'm tired of the current job that I'm in. I want to help people. I love public service. I'm passionate about it. And I have a willingness to learn. I want to learn more about how I can help people like Jimmy Fitzgerald, maybe those who are incarcerated, get the services and the programming that they need to survive on the outside, that they shouldn't be in jail because of drugs. They should be outside. They should be contributing to society and living amongst their family and friends. But it's incumbent upon us.
Don't you think it would be a lot better for somebody who's making the decisions as to whether or not someone is ready to leave incarceration to have the education, training, background, and experience in criminal justice, in terms of social work, in terms of what goes on with someone who has a drug problem, rather than someone who just wants to help people and be a good guy?
Well, I think I ticked a lot of those boxes that you just talked about, Madam Counselor, with respect to criminal justice and experience. In fact, the statute, no, I do. I really do. I mean, some of the things that you stated that I may be lacking, I actually do have, and I certainly have the experience. And I think there's no better tool than experience to help people and knowing where to turn. A lot has been talked about knowing where to turn, what organizations to seek resources from. One of the
How many parole board hearings? How many parole board hearings have you attended?
I've watched 3. I watched Kenneth Falk, I watched Eric Lancelot, and I watched William Ships.
And was that in person or was that on video?
It was on DVD.
On DVD. And when did you watch those?
When did I watch those?
Yes, sir.
Within the past month and a half or so. Approximately.
After you wanted to be named to the parole board. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So before that, you didn't have any interest in the parole board.
That's not true. I didn't know that there were vacancies available on the parole board. And when I began to research the parole board and realized the difference that I could make, I became extremely interested in it, very enthusiastic, and couldn't wait to serve. In fact, spent a good deal of my time, researching and visiting, learning how I could be the most effective member of that board.
Who did you visit?
I indicated in my opening, but I will state again, MCI Norfolk. I first went to Sousa Baranowski. I met with Dorchester Parole Region 1. I had conversations with Commonwealth Health about the programming and support that they provide to the parole board, and other research as well.
When was this?
Within the past, once I received the nomination.
So again, you had no actual dealings with the parole board until you were nominated.
Well, respectfully, one of the reasons
yes
why.
Yes or no, sir?
No,
yes
as you,
no,
well, it's not a yes or no answer.
All right.
Mary, your time is coming up, so I just want to.
That's fine. That's fine. Isn't it true that you really wanted to be a judge and people told you didn't have enough experience?
The first part is correct. The second part is not correct.
All right.
The first part is
I don't have
absolutely.
any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor DiPaolo.
We're going backwards?
Yeah, I said I was gonna do that. Breaking all the rules, I'm going backwards today.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Counselor.
So, picking up on where Counselor Hurley left off, so when did you apply to be on the parole board?
Within the last couple of months, Counselor,
Okay,
approximately.
so it is June 15th, so sometime in April or May?
Ish.
April-ish?
Maybe earlier than that, actually.
Few months. And when were you interviewed for this position?
Over the course of a few different occasions, specific dates in mind, and I apologize, I'm not able to recall those right off the top of my head, but within the last few months, I've had a couple of different discussions and meetings with respect to the administration.
And who did you meet with for those interviews?
I met with members of EOPS. I met with the governor's executive secretary. I've met with the JNC director. I've met with a couple of other folks within the administration concerning the position.
Okay. And what was the date that your nomination came down?
June 1st.
So, and you're currently a state rep?
I am, sir.
So when was the deadline to get our signatures in to appear on the ballot?
That was May 3rd.
For City Hall?
Yes.
And then when did we have to have them to the Secretary of
May
State?
31st.
May 31st, so a day before your nomination came out? Okay. So in the legislature, I see you served on Ways and Means, an important committee, Education, ranking member, Environmental, Natural Resources, Agriculture, Human Resources. Have you served on any committees that overlap with criminal justice at all?
No, economic development was the other one that I served on.
sorry?
Economic development.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But no, I had not. I worked with leadership in the House, both sides with respect to a number of different bills that have gone through committees and offered my thoughts with respect to improving them, but no, I have not served on those committees.
So in the legislature, you have the power, and people spend a lot more on legislative races than governor's council races to really try to push for and advocate funding, as you've talked about within your district. Do you think that, given the dire need for programming that we've heard discussed today, that you would have more impact on the parole board than in the legislature?
Well, I do, and I think it's just a different facet of public service. I think the way in which you are able to impact more directly people is, of greater importance, to those who are incarcerated, of course, but also to those on the outside as well, because you're helping the organizations such as the Link House, such as the Patent House, and hopefully on a much greater scale, Counselor, because I would like to learn more about those organizations in Worcester and how we can help those. So my relationships that I've established here in the House of Representatives, I think is going to come in very useful to the advocacy for what's important to us, and that's the issue of parole.
And that would be welcome, because we do need spotlight shown on this board in particular, because there's a lot of work that the board needs to do, in my mind, to reform itself and to do the business it's mandated to do. So what do you think are the most pressing needs on the board right now? What, as an incoming member, what would you be most interested in advocating for change? Strike that. Do you think that the parole board needs change right now?
I think balance is healthy.
Okay.
And I think that offering different perspectives from different backgrounds, different experiences,
Sure.
I
guess what I mean is I'm sorry to interrupt you, the operations of the parole board, could the operations of the parole board be improved?
Well, I think we're governed by statute and regulation. And I think what we can do is we can look, there's always room for improvement.
Sure. Okay. What are some of the areas that the parole board needs to improve in? Because it's been very well documented over the last couple of years.
Making sure that individuals have the support on the outside, making sure that people who deserve release, who have ticked off all those boxes throughout their incarceration, get out, but get the programming and the support that they need.
Okay. And how, as a parole board member, can you ensure they get the programming and support they need?
Advocacy.
Okay. And as far as checking all the boxes, what are the boxes that you would be looking to check?
mental health, substance support on the outside. When I visited over in Dorchester, for instance, I know that they had just picked up an individual off of Methadone Mile, Mass Ave.
Sure.
And, you know, that's a great concern for the folks there in Region 1, for all over the state.
Yeah.
And things I heard is, look, they're not necessarily going to revoke parole based off of maybe a couple of different instances. And I was actually a little bit surprised to hear that, you know, that there is a lot of flexibility that they provide. But if people are relapsing, we need to make sure that they have the support that they need so that they don't relapse.
So what happens, this is the tension for me, one of the tensions of being a parole board member. So I'm aware of the resources on the outside. I'm aware of the resources the individual before me would need to be successful in reentry. They've checked off other boxes. They've engaged in self-improvement, good behavior, risk and needs assessment comes back great, but there's just not the right placement that they would need. So what do we do there? Do we keep the person because we can't find them a particular placement, or do we set them free and hope for the best and realize that, you know, we did the best we could?
No, I don't think we can do that. I think what we need to do is we need to take.
Do which one?
We, as members of the parole board, it's incumbent upon us to make sure that that support is out there. And that's what I can bring as a member of the board. I can pick.
But it's not out there though.
Well, I can tell you what I can do, and I'm looking forward to hopefully doing.
Yeah. Okay. And so, you know, there are instances where folks have been, and the courts have weighed in on this, where folks have been for edification, where folks have been held in custody with explicitly written reasoning from the board that it was because there wasn't an adequate mental health treatment service available, that they had checked all the boxes, and yet we were going to keep them in prison. And that was over a decade that one individual who was widely reported in the press a couple of years ago went through. So what do you think about conditions of release? What's your take on conditions of release? Someone fits the boxes, risk and needs assessment, work opportunity, education treatment programs, good behavior. What do you think about the conditions of release that are placed on someone who's released by the board?
I think everybody needs to be released on some sort of conditions, but conditions it's not cookie cutter. I mean, every individual case has to be looked at.
I agree.
And conditions will be placed on them pursuant to their needs. Somebody may not have a substance dependency, but they might need anger management. So we want to make sure that they have the proper facility to provide them with the counseling for that particular.
Are you familiar with the standard parole conditions that are placed on all parolees, regardless of their individual case? There's 7 of them.
Yes, I am. I have them in here. I wish I had them memorized, but the conditions of parole would be to remain drug and alcohol free, for instance. Another one would be to stay away from somebody with a criminal background. But I know that there has been some issues of concern with respect to that in particular, for instance, because, you know, they might have a good home plan, but somebody with a criminal record or for work purposes, you know, might be around them. So those are things that we have to really look at, maybe addressing and improving.
And as far as drug and alcohol use, that's not in the 7 specific conditions, but there is a condition that I will obey local, state, federal law and conduct myself in a manner of a responsible citizen. So then we get into, is drugs and alcohol conducting myself as a responsible citizen? What do you think as a parole board member?
I think you'd have to take a closer look at that, and I'm just going, Counselor, through my tabs here to see if I can locate it. I've got a lot of tabs here. But I think that's something that really needs to be looked at because it's not clearly defined. It's not narrowly tailored. It's very broad, in my opinion, and I'd want to.
Do you think we should narrowly tailor conditions of release?
I do.
I do too. I used to work in education, and in special education, we develop individualized education plans for students. So we don't apply some kind of broad best practice. We look at the individual's trauma history and their, all the factors that we would think about, and we tailor the plan to speak to the goal, which is the student's success. So if the goal of the released individual is their success, what would be an example of a condition specifically tailored to an individual that you think might be an appropriate one? We've talked a lot about substance abuse, so let's think about that. What would be a tailored condition of release? In other words, that you can't violate this condition. We're gonna bring you back into state custody for 90 grand a year. What is the tailored condition that serves the purpose of the system on that person who's dealt with a past of substance abuse?
Substance abuse counseling would be a requirement, for instance. I think would be a good narrowly tailored condition to place on that individual to make sure that they're getting the help and the support that they need so they won't relapse.
So I'm sorry, what would be the condition placed upon them that they
So
need
to meet with a substance abuse counselor or a substance use counselor.
And what happens if their substance abuse counselor cancels or there isn't one available? You may well know, I'm sure, in the legislature that there's an incredible dearth of mental health and substance abuse treatment options. If you have a child who needs mental health counseling, you better be pretty damn privileged because there's long wait lists at every child psychologist. You know, the pandemic has certainly exacerbated that. So I'm hearing a wish fulfillment narrative that we're going to hook them up with the resources, but I don't know if we have the practical, like, here's life on the parole board, here's how it goes down. So you've watched 3 lifer hearings on DVD, right? Because the board doesn't provide them in any other format. You have to get a DVD. I recently watched one on DVD, went down to the Goodwill store to find a DVD player so I could hook that up.
I have one.
You know, so I don't know how transparent that is. We know that other hearings are completely closed to the public. Do you think it's right that in closed hearings, everything but the lifer hearings, there's no right to counsel at these parole hearings?
I think that's an excellent question, Counselor, and that was a question that I had because it's a concern that I certainly
Right.
hold. But
Do you think as a parole board member, you would try to address that?
so
Because as a lawyer, I'm sure that strikes you as
I
odd.
did address that, and what was expressed to me by the chair was that and people are, and it wasn't just the chair, but not everybody is denied. So I heard that. I said, well, wait a second. You know, non-lifer hearings, people are not allowed to have counsel, and they indicated to me that they are, and in certain instances that is not always the case. So that's the information I have from the chair. And I also spoke with the deputy supervisor at Region 1 in Dorchester, and he indicated to me that if somebody expresses that they do, in a non-lifer situation, want access to counsel, that they make sure they provide that for them.
They can make sure.
So I'm getting different.
So that's a very different reality than the one I live in. So that's interesting, and it's good news, I suppose. I just have a couple other questions on the issue of clemency. So the parole board also serves in matters of clemency, of pardons, and of commutations. The governor's clemency guidelines say that pardons are intended to remove barriers that are sometimes associated with a criminal record. Does that make sense to you?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
Sure. The governor has promulgated his administration's guidelines on clemency. And so within them, the guidelines state that as far as pardons, I'm going to look at pardons first. Pardons are intended to remove barriers sometimes associated with a criminal record, meaning I have a criminal record for something that happened 20 years ago. It's impeding my ability to move up in my employment or something like that. And so the idea of a pardon is you've rehabilitated, we're going to take this barrier away from you. That's the pardon angle of things.
So your time is coming up.
My time is coming up. Then let me cut to the chase. Why have there only been 2 commutation hearings in the last 6 years under this parole board?
I can't specifically explain as to why, just with respect to this particular parole board, because I would think that there would be more people being recommended for commutation or clemency.
Because in the guidelines I was speaking to, the governor says, and I'll finish my thought, Counselor, thank you. The governor says that the purpose of the commutations is to serve as strong motivation for confined persons to utilize available resources for self-development and self-improvement. So if we've only had 2 hearings in 6 years, hundreds of applications, I don't see that we're meeting the goal motivating people to improve themselves. You know what I mean?
I agree with you.
So I would really love to see a parole board that's going to actually look at the petitions, because I know that not all of them are looked at by the entire board. And I would like to see some movement on the commutations, at the very least giving people a hearing.
I agree with
I'll end my time. Thank you, Counselor. It may end up back to me.
That's okay, my pleasure. Councilor Farrer.
Thank you. I have received many calls about you and how honorable you are, and that you make a good person on the parole board, including the police chief in Salisbury, who I don't know, even though I was chief when he was the chief for years. And he didn't speak to me about what a good cop you were. He spoke to me about what a good defense lawyer you are and what a good representative you've been, and how you've brought tons of money back to the community to do programs for people in need, for people that are addicted with drugs and alcohol. And he couldn't say more about your giving back to the community. And I also noted on your resume that, you know, you're the assistant varsity football coach, and that, well, you yourself had a full scholarship to Villanova, which is pretty admirable. But that you've dealt with probation people as a lawyer, people on probation violations, clerks hearings, trials, things of that nature. And, you know, I hear from some of my own colleagues in this room sometimes, once a cop, always a cop. Once a prosecutor, always a prosecutor. And I couldn't disagree more. You know, it's funny because there seems to be an irony here that some people, they want to paint all cops or prosecutors with a brush and say, you could never be on the parole board. You could never have an open mind. And that'd be like a parole officer saying to a criminal, you're a criminal and you can never be anything but a criminal. Like, I don't get it. That's ironic to me that some people don't think that cops or former prosecutors or defense lawyers or anyone could ever be fair as a parole officer or somebody or a parole board member. It's mind-boggling because I was a cop for 30 years. I was chief of police for 9. And I can tell you, I worked with people that were very left liberal, people that were in the middle, people that were conservative, and they all variations of society. I always judge people on their past behavior. I think what you've done in the past is a good predictor of the future. I think you've had remarkable experience throughout the criminal justice system, your education, the degrees you have. And at the end of the day, just like any jury trial, what a juror is told. You can base your decision based on what? Your training, experience, and education. And you've had education, experiences that most people on the parole board haven't had. You know how things get done in the State House. You know how to get funding for the parole board. You know how to probably direct funding so that sheriffs actually have to spend their money more on programs than they actually do. You know the inner workings like no one else on the parole board. So I think you bring something that no one else on the parole board brings. With that said, I'm going to cut to the chase. You have my support next week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Jubenville?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Follow up on a conversation, I forget who asked you or who said it, but did you apply for a judgeship?
I did not apply for a judgeship.
But your intention was to try to apply for one?
I would love one day to aspire to be a judge. It's always been a dream of mine.
So one issue I have with lawyers that go to the parole board, they want to be a judge. So they're very guarded as to saying voting for parole. They're afraid that if they vote yes on a parolee and he goes out and commits a terrible crime, that they will lose their chance. Well, I don't think you knew where it was. To see a rule that you can't apply for a judgeship until 5 years after you've left the parole board. I think it's a problem with lawyers. You are going to be very conservative, I think, as to you saying parole for people if you think there's any possibility that parole person will commit a crime. Want to say anything about that?
Well, I've always been an independent person, counselor, and my record reflects that in House of Representatives. I've been the only Republican member of the legislature to vote for bills. And I know that probably some within my party, I definitely know that some within my party, because they called me and expressed how upset they were with me over some of my votes that they thought I shouldn't take. And I did. And I did it because it was the right thing to do. It was what I thought was the best thing for me to do to represent the constituency that I promised I would work very hard for, treat very fairly, and always do the right thing for. So to answer your question, no, I will not be basing my decisions on pardons and commutations with respect to what I may or may not want to do ultimately in the future. It may not.
But we have your insurance.
Absolutely.
That issue will never be a part of any decision you make on the parole.
Absolutely. Yes.
And if we can look into the future, what's the parole for a 5-year term?
Yes.
He's be taking over a term that's.
That's right, okay. So the term you're taking over, however long it's got to be, at the end of that, what are we going to hear from people that deal with the parole board about you and how you voted? What are we going to hear from them? Prediction, make that prediction to
I
me.
promise you, counselor, that you're going to hear from people say, I worked very hard at this job, put my heart and soul into this job. I spent time listening, learning, and doing a very good job making sure that people who deserve release get that opportunity to be released in the community. We have somebody who has gone over and beyond for individuals, spent time away from their family because they needed to be heard. And he was an excellent choice, and I'm glad that you voted for him. I think that's what you'll hear. Sure. That's my prediction.
Some hearings are public, some are not. That seems to me that should be changed. Why aren't all hearings or a record of them kept?
Well, to the best of my knowledge, there is a record of the hearings kept, from what I understand, especially lifer hearings. We all know that they're public. But I understand that institutional hearings, there is some record of them kept as well. Some
video of the hearing?
I think there should be a video. I think there should be
If there isn't, you'll advocate for that?
I will advocate for that because there should be no question that somebody should have an opportunity to have, maybe that hearing looked at by somebody other than the institutional parole officer, for instance.
Okay, so you're on the board and one of the hearings come up. What are you gonna use to determine whether or not somebody should get your vote for parole? What are you gonna look at?
I'm going to look at what they have been doing to earn release. I'll give you for an example. When I toured Sousa Baranowski, there were people there that just weren't ready for release.
Right.
It's because I think it has to do with the average age, and to Councilor DePaulo's point with respect to, or some of the things that he's, posted publicly about juvenile decisions. And I think some of the testimony we heard from today with respect to, the maturity of, the brain and so forth, some of these young people who get into trouble, it has to do with average age. And I think that's maybe why they're not ready at that maximum security prison. But the average age, for instance, is 48 at MCI Norfolk. What happens is, and I said it in my opening, I made mistakes when I was younger. I'm not the same person at the age of 48 that I was when I was 18 years old. And over time, with education and maturity, people maybe start to realize that, look, I need to do things to make myself eligible for parole.
I get that, but okay, the people that are before the parole board are all people that are eligible for parole, correct?
Yes.
Nobody's there that isn't eligible, right? So if they're all eligible, what do you look at on some inmate sitting there? What do you look at to say, I'm going to vote for him to be paroled? What do you look at?
I'll be looking at the record, for example.
What record?
Their record, their institutional record. Have they been fighting? When I was at Sousa Baranowski, there was a fight that, so.
So are you going to hold that against an prospective parolee because they had a fight in the prison?
Not necessarily. I mean, a fight could be a simple disagreement, you know, but.
To me, there's a lot of fights in prison. You can't get through the place without having some sort of fight.
Well, you don't want to release people with anger management problems back out into society that might be taking their aggression out on an innocent bystander.
They're eligible for parole, though.
They are eligible for parole. And
because you think they have an anger management, they don't get parole?
well, no, not necessarily. The conditions might be that we get them anger management help on the outside. So we could narrowly tailor that plan, that release plan for
What if
that.
you can't get it?
Well, we need to work to be able to
What if
provide.
you can't get it?
I don't think we can't get anything. I think there are.
Just assume you can't get it. That person stay in jail because the state can't get them a program?
I don't think it would be fair of me to say that we just keep them in prison because I know that there are services available to that individual.
Eligible for parole.
And let's narrowly tailor conditions of his release, get him the help that he needs on the outside.
My question is, all brought up, if there are no programs, if there is no ability to do that in this particular case, he just sits there in jail until some state agency comes up with a program so he can do it to get out?
No. I know for a fact that there are programs available.
Everybody before the parole board is eligible for parole, right?
Yep.
On what are you going to base your decision to deny that person?
If that person is just egregiously not, violating rules, they might be eligible, but based on the clinicians within the prison, they're not, it just would not be, so the standard for parole, okay, is you want to honor that individual's liberty, but you want to balance that with the interest of public safety, okay? If you have other members of the board, okay, I bring a certain skill set. Maybe we have Dr. Charlene Bonner, who I've had the privilege of speaking with multiple times throughout this process. She says, I'm looking at this individual's, just for instance, his mental health record. And because that individual is not doing these certain things, we may not want to release them. I might say, well, we have this program that's available in his community. I know it well. I've spoken with, Dr. Gassman, for example, who speaks very highly of this. We might want to give that individual a chance because I think he can be released on the outside, and that's the balance of the board.
Let me ask you this. Are you going to look at the crime that the person has been committed because of?
I'll look at it, but it's not going to be my decision.
I'm going to read police reports about that.
My job is not to relitigate the case. That individual is.
Read in the file is going to be the case and the police reports. Are you going to read the police reports?
Absolutely, I'll read it.
Why?
Because I think it's just, you're doing your homework. You're doing your job as a parole board. Basing my decision on a crime this individual was incarcerated for, was convicted, probably by a jury of their peers, served their time, paid their debt to society. No, I'm not going to base my decision if that's where you might be going. But I will certainly read that as part of my job as being a parole board. It's incumbent upon all the.
You think everything put in a police report is the truth?
No.
Police officers write a report. I've never seen one or written one on when I was a cop that said I was wrong. I criticized myself in a report.
And let's put that into context too. There might be a police report that's written where an officer comes back, they may not intentionally, state something in there that's, truthful, we didn't do it, and that's the job of us as defense attorneys, right? Our job is to reveal the truth and convince the jury, but if that individual, there might be something wrong in that police report, inconsistent.
Well, here's what I'm getting at. If you're gonna relitigate the crime, and base your decision in any way on that crime, I think that would be inappropriate.
I do too.
So he's done the crime, he's gone through the judicial system, whether he pled guilty or found guilty, he's now in jail. I think personally that a parole member should look at that first day in jail and what he's done in jail.
I agree with that.
Not relitigate, make him get down on his knees and admit that he did something, even if he didn't. Would you not let somebody vote for parole because they wouldn't admit to a crime?
No, I think, again, and I'm not there to relitigate. That person was found guilty, they're obviously, and they're either pled guilty or found guilty, but that's done. I don't need them to admit. We live in a system where the person had their day in court or their days in court. They were tried by a jury of their peers, and they.
So I just want to get from you a commitment that you'll never use what happened in the original case. Because I know sometimes it's 25 years have gone by and the parole board is beating the guy up on what happened 25 years ago. And every time he came for parole, they beat him up on it. I want a commitment, I would like a commitment from you, you don't have to give it to me, that you will not use or relitigate that issue. Hold it against the nominee because he says, I didn't do that crime.
I commit that to you, yes. And I agree with you on that.
Your time is coming up, Council.
17 minutes. 17.
Not Marilyn on timing.
12:53.
Marilyn on 12.
Week left.
So, what?
1 week left.
Well, it's 54 now, go ahead.
I think commutations and pardons, you should strive, and I hope you do, to get more of those commutations and pardons out of it. Most of those pardons, there used to be a time at this council where they did 1 in 2,000 pardons a year, and nobody batted an eyelash. Most of them are people who are in their 50s or 60s or 70s even. They did something when they were 20 and they want a clean record. And they've done a good life since then, raised a family. So I would ask you to consider that and to start sending more commutation pardons up to the governor, okay?
I will do that.
Thank you for committing that.
Thank you, Council. You had 2 seconds left. Good. Okay, Council Devaney.
Before I do, point of information, this council voted 8 minutes limit on a councilor questioning a nominee.
Excuse me, Councilor. Council, point of order. I'm chairing.
You went over 8 minutes.
I am
You
chairing.
went over 8 minutes.
It's not 8 minutes. It's 15 minutes, Marilyn.
It's
and I'm
ridiculous
timing
rule.
it.
It's a ridiculous
So you're
rule.
into your time.
And you hold me because I ask questions. Okay. All right.
So mental.
First of all, I want to thank you for meeting with me. I'm going to talk really fast because they limit me. I know you're a kind person, and the letters we got from the state representatives, I know you're an advocate for your constituents. There's no question. Now I'm going to ask you some personal questions because all the questions that have been asked, I'm last, so I'm not going to be redundant.
You're not last. Terry's last.
The most important thing in your life, you don't know whether it was March or April. I have to know. We got a letter that was dated June 1st from the governor. When did you apply? When did you get an interview?
I don't have the specific dates. It was within the last, this has gone so fast.
It has gone very fast. I never thought it was fast.
Well, it's fast and it's because by fact, the nature of our business is public servants, right? You're very busy. You had a very busy week this week.
I met with everybody.
Sure did. And I had an extremely busy week as well. And as public servants, people on the outside, they oftentimes will say, we don't know how you do your jobs. And I know.
We're using this time up, you're on time, because I asked you.
I apologize for not.
Okay, so you don't know when you're going to interview?
Within the
Okay,
last few.
so did you get your papers for your signatures to get on the ballot after your interview?
That I cannot tell you.
You don't know that either?
Yeah, I pulled my.
I know when I did, because I had to get 1,000, you only had to get like 200. Okay, so let's go on. I want to know who you know and whatever, your relationships. It was wonderful, Sheriff Cousins, wonderful that you know him. Tell me what other relationships you have in the leadership in the State House or whatever. And do you know anyone else?
I have wonderful relationships. One of the stops that we made on our way over to the Governor's Council chambers today was to Speaker Ron Mariano's office, because my dad was in high school with him at Quincy High School, captains of the football team with his cousin.
All right, let's go on. Did you talk to any counselors before or upon applying for this position?
I did speak with some counselors, again, with respect to the exact date and time.
With Counselor Kennedy and Counselor
I met with you, I met with Counselor Kennedy, I spoke.
I didn't talk to you until after I got this letter and I made an appointment. I said before or upon application. So when we met, you said Counselor Kennedy and Counselor June. It's fine. You have the right to do whatever you want and talk to anybody. Okay, so having said that, you are in a very unique position. You are running unopposed. You got your signatures in, and before May 3rd, and you are going unopposed. I wish I was. And anyway, you're going unopposed, and you'll be on the ballot unopposed September. So you really, I don't mean to be rude, but you have nothing to lose, because if you get appointed, then you're going to have to go to the election division and say, don't put my name on the November ballot, take it off, and it'll be right in, whatever. Okay, that aside. Now, and if you don't, you're a state representative. Now tell me, which position you think is more important in their work as a state representative or a parole board member?
I can't say that one's more important than the other. I mean, they both have important roles to play in the function of our society.
I'm asking you.
I think they're both equally important. I love my job as a state representative, and I'm really excited about this opportunity as a member of the parole board.
Okay, and the other thing is, life, I don't know whether I misunderstood you, but I've gone to life this year. Sitting beside him, I don't know whether I misunderstood what you said. So that aside, it doesn't matter. But, you know, the thing is, we have had people that have served, well, I'll take Lucy Abbey, solo, 18 months, her term had expired, and she went every day waiting for the other shoe to drop. It doesn't mean when someone's term is up, that's an opening. You said there were 2. So how did you get involved in applying at that time? Because we don't know who's going to be reappointed or whatever, but you assumed there were going to be 2 openings.
Well, I understand that there was definitely one vacancy and a retirement, which is public coming out. So therefore 2 vacancies.
So I guess what I'm saying is, you know, for the insurance for yourself, you got that state rep, you made sure you got your 200 signatures or whatever on the ballot, and then you did this, but you're not sure when you applied, you're not sure when you got the interview. Boy, I would know. But that concerns me. It concerns me. But you're on the ballot, so you have nothing, you know, you have nothing to lose. The thing is that, you know, when I met with you, I said, when you were applying, before you were applying, you didn't come to our commutation hearings. That was historic. I've been waiting for years to have a commutation hearing. You didn't go to either one. You didn't go to the likeness hearing. I went to both of them. And I'm saying that would be the interest. I'm going to be on the parole board, and this is significant. I'm going to be there. But you had no interest. You watched, I don't know, video of 3. That's what I have to understand. You're a good person, and you have been involved, you know, as a state representative with, let me see, you have been environment, natural resources, agriculture, human resources, employment engagement committees. Nothing related, even close to being a parole board member. And I didn't mean to be fresh, but I've been more involved than you have. That's not what it should be. And I'm just saying that, is it just timing? And you met with the counselors and all of this stuff, and, you know, they think it's a great thing for you, so then you applied, right?
No, well, I just want to touch upon your comment with respect to my committee assignments. Those committee assignments, education, number one, was an issue. When I was a city councilor in Amesbury.
I'm gonna shut you off because I'm timed, okay? That's fine. I want to know, you know, when you decided to apply for this and you called the counselors and they said you'd be a good fit. Tell me about that.
Well, I'm an attorney, as has been discussed here. I have the experience, the requisite experience within my district dealing with, you know, lots of different people who have been affected by substance use and incarceration and various different.
No, I'm asking you how you applied and when you talked to them, what was how was the discussion?
Well, I ask a lot of people their opinions with respect to things. Anybody who knows me knows that I like to ask people for their advice and guidance.
You called them, or they called you?
We did meet.
Whatever. But all I'm saying is that, you know, all of this makes the person you are, who you know, and everything else. And I'll tell you, you really were fast-tracked, because to get this June 1st letter from the governor, and you don't know whether it was April or whatever, that's fast.
I'm being honest with you.
Okay, that's very fast, and I'm being rude because they timed me because I asked too many questions. And so the thing is that you know, got this confidence from a couple of counselors and you talk to other people and you apply. How do I feel about that? I haven't seen that before. I haven't seen it before. And I'm concerned. I'm concerned that you didn't have any interest till afterwards to talk to people. No, I'm talking about when you talk to people when you apply. Out to talk to people and everything, but you never went out to a parole board hearing after you, this June.
I actually requested to go to a parole board hearing, but they thought it would be better for me to watch videos, whether that is as a result of COVID or, you know, the security.
I'm just saying, when did the interest come up for the parole board? And as I said, it wasn't as if this was a given that there were two openings, okay? But I'm just concerned because, you know, I have been here 23 years and I worked hard to change that parole board, to get all the prosecutors out. And this governor has replaced good people, qualified people. And you know, I'm just concerned that we're going backwards. And I worked so hard and I made that pledge to the people in my district. So I'm just saying that your interest in parole board, I don't see it. I don't see it until you applied and you talked to the counselors and I don't know who else, but they encourage you. Well, I'm saying you're a good person and I know you are, and a good family person. I enjoyed, and I want to say, did you meet in person with any other counselors?
I have, yes. I drove down to Councilor Jubenville's office last Thursday. I spoke with other counselors on the telephone as well.
On the telephone, yeah. Well, you know, that I don't like to be called a liar, but
And I met with you.
I pride myself that I have met with everyone in my 23 years, parole board to judge. I don't like to be called a liar. So I'm talking like Federal Express man here because they set a rule, 8 minutes, and it's chapter 1, hour 1. And I just think this is an important thing, and there's not a board, and there's not a legislative committee that times the legislators when they question. There isn't any. There isn't any on the federal, state, and local. But I got it because I asked too many questions, so that's why we've got this trouble. And it really is hard for me because I have to talk fast. I'm not asking the questions that I want. But you've been asked a lot of questions already. I asked you a lot of questions when we met. But, you know, if I was voting for a good person, you'd be a good person. But I'm looking for someone that has had an interest in parole, not because, oh, there's 2 openings, and I talked to 2, you know, people that are in, that have a say about it. And I'm just saying, I'm very disappointed. I'm disappointed that we lost Lucy and we lost Lee, who's an expert in Massachusetts, and everyone here knows that. That's what I see. And I worked hard to change that board, and now I'm getting a good person who has done things for agriculture and local things, and you help people in your time. And you know, that's it. But I just vote for just a kind person. It has to be someone that's going to benefit these people who are incarcerated and understand the parole system. And again, I just can't understand how you never went to a parole board hearing, commutation hearings. It was historic, and you didn't even take the time to do it. But people, the insiders said, don't do it, or whatever. I don't know. No. But all I'm saying is that I'm in a position that, you know, outside of the second in tenure here, I care about the parole board. And, you know, and I'm still in touch with the 2 commutations. I'm going to meet with them. I care. I want to make sure that William Allen gets the medical help, yes, because he has a lot of medical problems. I care about people, but I'm just saying that I know you care about people, but for the parole board, it just doesn't seem a fit. Because you know what? I know people out there that never got an interview. I know people, the judges and everything, they never get an interview, and they're qualified. They're qualified. And people think that we have all this authority. I have a vote, yes or no. I don't know how many applied. I don't know how many they interviewed. And that's what I have. I wish I had more authority. People think we do. So you know, all I can say is you are a great person. And
Your 15 minutes is up, Marilyn.
I just, there's no words, because when I think of the people that I supported that are thrown off, and then we got a political person and now the chair, she'll be coming up for a judgeship, I know that. So thank you for your time, and I really appreciate it.
Okay, Councillor Kennedy, you will be next.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
First of all, I think that you're doing a great job today. You are either a great actor or you certainly showed a lot of emotion. And I don't think you're that great an actor. I don't have much acting experience either. And I think that's the kind of emotion and compassion that you're going to be bringing to the parole board confirm. One of the things that every single person who talked today made very, very clear is that you are very well respected and you are a very, very good person. Said that. Your parents and your spouse and your family, your children should be very, very proud of you that you got to this point. I don't believe in penalizing people for public service. I think that people who go into this business get a lot of criticism. We fight very hard to keep these jobs, and sometimes I scratch my head and wonder why. But we do it because we want to do exactly what you said, help people. One of the things when we talked the first time, we talked about the parole board, was how enthusiastic you were that it was a place that you felt you could really, really help. That's what you said to me. And I certainly thought you meant it. That's for sure. That's not for me. Or maybe it is. Exactly. You know, the person that you're replacing, I voted against. I think I voted against her twice. I know I voted against her last time. And the reason that I voted against her last time was because some of the criticisms that we're hearing about here today in terms of her not paroling people and mistreating people. I think the biggest criticism that I hear about the parole board, and probably one I have the most, is the way they treat inmates when they come before them. It's not always respectful. And they're people. And I suspect that if you're on the parole board, that you will be treating people with respect. And I think that's important too, because people need to know, just like they do in court, that they're being heard, and being given a fair opportunity. Sometimes the answer is going to be no, and sometimes the answer is going to be yes, but everybody should have an opportunity to be heard. And I think you're going to give them that. Oftentimes, some of the counselors in here will ask a nominee either for a judgeship or whatever. What have you done in preparation for this job? Or what have you done in preparation to get up to speed? It usually involves a judgeship. We have somebody who's mainly done civil or criminal work, but not both. What have you done to get up on civil? What have you done to get up on criminal? And a lot of the times the answer is no, but I'm going to learn when I get there. It's not a lot of preparation, more than anybody I've ever seen. And I think that's admirable as well. We're not all going to agree on this room, in this room, whether you should be on the parole board or not. But one thing I want to say, we all respect each other's opinion in terms of how they're going to vote. I know that my brother to my right is passionate about parole. I think that's one of the reasons he ran for this job, mainly about the parole board. So however he votes, like anybody in this chamber, it's not personal. You shouldn't take it that way. I have a question for you. You're filling out this term, which I think has, how many years? 3 years left on it? 4 years left on it. Okay, in 4 years, when you come back here, assuming you're confirmed and you want to go back on the parole board, and the folks from legal services and all that groups come in, what do you think their position is going to be at that time?
I think the position is going to be very supportive. I think that I had a conversation with the gentlelady that we spoke in the hall that testified against my nomination. And I thanked her for her testimony. And I indicated to her that I'm looking forward to working with her and listening to her and learning from her. That was during the recess. And I meant that. I meant every word I said. And that's going to improve me as a member of the parole board. So
I think that's important. You know, it's very rare that these folks come in supporting people because they know they're going to get through when they're doing a good job. People like Dr. Bonner. But they always come in to criticize. And I guess my criticism of that is nobody has spoken to you. And I'm sure you would have been available to any one of these people if they wanted to. Right?
yes.
And I invite you to speak with them if they want to speak with you between now and next week's vote.
And I'm looking forward to that.
I don't have anything else. I'm all set. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good, you have 9 minutes left. Councilor Paulo, you indicated you'd like to continue with your extra 15?
If you want to give me
Extra 5, I'm sorry. Oh.
I won't even take the 5.
Cede your time to him?
Yes.
I don't even need that much.
Yes.
But I'll thank you. Thank you. I just have a couple of questions that I wasn't able to get to. I'm surprised you were advised not to attend the Lifer hearing because I just went 2 weeks ago in person and they were very happy to have me. It was like the dog and pony show came out. All of a sudden I heard questions about, education related matters, right? That I'm not sure that there was substance behind them, but they wanted to know that education. And I appreciate that level of attention to detail. Do you know what implicit bias is?
I do.
And so do you think that implicit bias plays a role in reading a police report? So when the Lifer hearing I went to 2 weeks ago, and I've seen others, I heard about, well, what happened next on the night of the crime 30 years ago or whatever it was? Well, then what? Well, the report says this and that, and we're going through what happened. We're not talking about the actual regulations around what grants someone parole or not. So, you know, I hear Councilor Judenville talk about relitigating, and I really hope that's something we see less of. On the parole board, and on top of it, if you read that police report, if your frame of reference, if my frame of reference for you before this hearing was give me your high school yearbook, and I don't want the blank one, I want the one where all your friends signed and talked about craziness or whatever. And now I walk into the hearing and this is what I'm thinking of you. That there's no way for me not to have bias, because my brain as a human being creates a narrative. And so you need to fix self into the narrative. Which is a long way to say, those police, everything about what happened should be gone. What should be talked about is where the person's at, what they've done since they've been incarcerated, and what their history is that informs what they've done. So if they have substance use disorder, if they're displaying manifestations of trauma, where did the trauma come from? How can we address that specific trauma? You were talking about that. I know you know that. Specifically tailored to the person's situation. So I hope that the practice of going into the incident, the underlying incident at the parole board ends, to be honest with you, because that's what the courts are for. I'm not voting for a judge. Are you familiar with the Harvard study that was commissioned by the late Chief Justice Gantz?
Yeah, it was a very, very good study, and I had it printed and bound in anticipation.
Yeah, I'm going to judge how rabbit-eared it is. So
a lot of numbers.
You know, there's a lot in there, and it speaks to racial disparities in sentencing, and we don't have to get into the details. You're not looking to be a judge at the moment, but you know, are you a member of the Mass Bar Association?
I am not currently.
Me too, I'm not, don't tell anyone. So, the Mass Bar Association, get the Councilor Duffy.
No, don't tell me.
So, yeah, well, it's public record. So, the Mass Bar Association put out a report, it put together a clemency task force and put out a report. And actually, a couple of the people on this council participated in that, gave information for that. The Mass Bar Association says commutations, the reduction of sentencing, taking into account good behavior, et cetera, is an immediate, targeted, effective, efficient way to address the racial disparities in sentencing that we know of in the past. So when we look at weapons charges and drug charges, when we see Black and Latinos getting 3 months longer in jail, 3 months longer in jail than white counterparts with the same exact background in criminal behavior. Do you think that commutations could be an effective, targeted, and efficient way to address these things? Because sometimes people complain, well, we can't do anything and I'm colorblind.
No, I do. And in fact, the study was eye-opening, and I appreciate you discussing this, because it's important to understand that there are more serious charges applied to people of color. I mean, numbers don't lie.
Sure.
So the study was done.
Because one of my colleagues pointed out we have the lowest incarceration rate in the country, and it's totally true. And yet we have the highest Latino incarceration rate, and we have the 14th highest Black incarceration rate. So to me, it's a no-brainer, because we're not speculating. Am I fixing the problem? Yeah, I'm commuting the artificially inflated sentence of this Black or brown person because I know that similarly situated people so it's like, do you agree that that could be a way to do it? Would you try to do that on the parole board?
I do, and I hope it just goes even beyond just parole board, that,
Sure.
Our district attorney's offices and our judiciary take a closer look at this, because, I mean, I've had experience with that. I've had individuals where same set of facts and circumstances, and almost a mirror image of each other. One community versus another community. And this person gets the charge broken down. You're going to take a guilty on this, and this is going to be versus in a lot lesser penalty.
Yeah.
As a result.
And we talked about.
Look at this one here.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we heard about fights in prison.
Yes.
And I think about when we're talking about the underlying causes of the disparities, the kids I've worked with who are in group homes, who are getting in fights in group homes, not because they're trying to, because they're getting attacked because of their brother, or because they're from New Bedford, not Fall River, or whatever the case is. And they're building up records. And again, and now they're at a parole hearing 30 years later, and we're like, well, what about you ran away from group home twice. Well, yeah, it's probably because you were afraid of getting shanked the next day, because the Commonwealth is unable to promise or secure at least kids' safety here. Look, you seem like a really good person. I think you're a really good rep as well, and I mean that both in terms of the demeanor you've had in this hearing today. I've talked to people and you stand up for your district, you're serious about helping people. I absolutely think that. From my perspective, your background would better serve the Commonwealth in a different role than Parole Board. So it is absolutely right what Councilor Kennedy says. It is not personal whatsoever. But I'm unable to support your nomination to Parole Board. I do have a tremendous amount of respect for you, especially from the people who reached out to me and talked about it. So I think you've been just put in a really awkward situation, and I'll say this. We've had an opening for over a year. We have someone still not connected with the 3 nominations that have come up who's still on holdover, who it's like, tomorrow, will I be released? Who knows? They're not interested in treating her fairly. And we know we've had vacancies coming up. So I'm just like, man, they put down the nomination the day after signatures have to be into the Secretary of State's office. And, you know, I know there's qualified people out there from Worcester with backgrounds that address the exact needs that every lawyer in the Commonwealth who's ever looked at parole says that we need. It's not about you at all. I have a tremendous amount of respect for you. I think that the Parole Board needs a different background. So I appreciate your time.
So, Councilor, thank you, and I appreciate that. And it means the world to me, your honesty. It really does. Thank you.
Best of luck.
Did anyone want to take their extra time? I know we have another one, but if no one else is going to use their second time, I will go and I will time myself. All right, I'm sorry, you wanted to use your extra 5?
All I want to say is that it's very hard to say I'm voting against someone that is such a good person, but it's more than being a good person. And you got the votes. There's no question here, you got the votes. But I'm just saying that for me, you know, it isn't, I have a feeling you're the only one that was interviewed, and I'll never know. They don't tell us, so I don't know. But it was a real fast track, but you don't remember the dates or anything. So I just want to say I'm very sorry that I can't, but I know, you know, it's not always popular to do the right thing. I learned that well up here, and I know I'm doing the right thing.
All right,
I
so,
appreciate that, Madam Councilor. Thank you.
right, so I'm going to go now and I'm timing myself. Attorney Kelcourse, good to see you again. You actually took one of my questions about the Gantz report. And can you give me an example of a case where you actually saw racial bias in action?
I see it happen, you know, frequently. I mean, not a tremendous amount, but I do see it happen. And I've given you an example of 2 different communities where 2 different people mirror image of each other with the same charges, where one gets a stiffer penalty than the other one. Whether it was racially charged or not, or socioeconomically charged or not, I can't really tell you that because I can't get into the minds of the, you know, the prosecutor or, you know, the staff within the DA's office. But I mean, it happens. And I think the Gantz report is reflective of that. As I indicated to Councilor DiPaolo, the numbers don't lie.
All right, thank you. You know, I've known you for a long time, and you also know that I've actively campaigned against you in your district. But I've also spoken to you in a very civil manner in great detail about the courts in racial disparity in the very hall, and you and I talked about this, because in preparation for this hearing, you know, I know we all interviewed you and met with you, and I talked to you 6 or 7 times. But as someone who's the only minority on this council, I have to say that Representative Scanlon's letter meant a lot to me and frankly really, really surprised me. He called me and it really surprised me. I also have a multi-ethnic and a multiracial family, and I personally have witnessed racial profiling up close and in a very personal way. And it is very hard for those of us who are white to really understand it. And it's shocking when it happens right in front of you. And that's something that we as white people have to own and take care of. I will say to Councilor DiPaolo's point, we do not have anyone from the Northeast region on the board either. And we have been lacking in representation for a long time. There is only one man on this board right now, and the staff have some concerns about that. There are Roland applicants. I mean, I'm just saying these things. These are just facts. and I'm not saying pro or for you, but I want people to understand how this factually works. Boards and commissions have rolling applications. We have no control, as you know, and as Councilor Vaney knows, on when, the governor decides to do anything about it. That's not the person who sits in that chair's fault. I also can't go to a life of hearing without an appointment. You can't just show up. But and we have had previous commutation hearings under Governor Patrick. These were not the first two we had. We had a commutation hearing under Governor Patrick, and not everyone in this room voted for that person, who was also African-American, and on a much lesser charge than first-degree murder, which what these two men we saw were on. Did the chair give you any preparation for this hearing?
Did the chair?
The chair of the Pro Board, when you called the chair, or did the chair call you to congratulate you?
I can't, I think she said, congratulations. I can't say specifically what she said, but I've had some conversations with her. I'd say I've had more in-depth conversation with respect to this position with other people. But she has been helpful.
That's what I thought that's exactly what I thought. One of the biggest concerns for me, because like Councilor DiPaolo, the Pro Board is one of my pet peeves. It's in my craw, as they speak. Is being able to get along with people. This board right now is toxic. The environment in the agency is toxic. And I don't just mean the board. The person who you are going to replace, I voted for because somebody asked me, another member of the board called me and said, I really think you should give her a shot and give her a chance. And I wasn't going to, but you know what? I thought a lot about it and I said, all right, benefit of the doubt. I called Sheila Dupre and asked her, who, by the way, has a degree in physical fitness or something. And I asked her to call this other board member and thank him. That board member was actually Charlene Bonner, who advocated for her. And Sheila Dupre never made that call. Never made that call. And it was stunning to me that she had a job interview here. I gave her a job and I asked her to do one thing out of politeness and she didn't do it. She is a bully. The staff of the board find her extraordinarily toxic. And whoever replaces her, be it you or somebody else, has to be a team player, has to be humble, has to be willing to learn, and has to realize that in a few months, this will not be Charlie Baker's parole board. This will no longer be light lifting like it has been for them, because it has been. It's been complete anarchy and chaos under this administration. I mean, essentially, one of the questions that Councilor Paulo asked about the commutations and pardons is because Chairman Tressler, at his judicial nomination, admitted that in 4 years, because he would commit to staying there for 5 years, in 4 years, he looked at one pardon application in zero clemency. Zero. Why anyone would vote for somebody like that to be on the bench is literally beyond me. This chairman, who apparently is applying to be a judge, is now doing the cleanup. And trying, in the end of the administration is when we start seeing, and this is not a Democratic or Republican thing, this is how it has worked for the last 20 years. Now they're all cleaning up, trying to scramble to get pardons and commutations done. And she's stuck cleaning up a mess, which frankly, she paid no attention to until she decided she wanted to be a judge. It's malpractice. It's outrageous. I can't believe they haven't all been sued for some of this stuff. So you will be walking into, if you go forward, and I don't know that you have the votes at all, you will be walking into a minefield with some people left from the past and some people going to the future. And if we have a new chair under this governor. I can assure you that they will not last under the next administration unless a Republican by some miracle wins, which could happen, right? But if it is one of the Democratic nominees for governor or people that are running right now, whoever this governor appoints, it doesn't matter. They will be squeezed out, just like they did to Bonner. They will not be there. It will be a whole new board, and it will be very, very heavy lifting. My question to you repeatedly has been, and I have drilled down and I have probably tortured you a bit, is are you ready for that heavy lifting?
Yes.
You ready to write your own decisions that are more than a page and a half? Because this excess of legal staff, which is suddenly leaving in droves because, you know, they're all looking for new jobs now, will no longer be doing it. It will go back to being, I suspect, knowing both of these Democratic women running for governor, it will go back to being how it is supposed to be. And it's not the way it has been. And if you're one of the people there, it's going to be very, very different. And you're really going to have to work very hard. My other question is, have you discussed with your family how dangerous this job is?
Yes.
Because that's a concern for me. For any judicial nominee, we just had a judge in, what was it, Wisconsin, someplace murdered. And people on the Parole Board, their lives are frequently threatened, and their families' lives are threatened. And it's very, very serious, dangerous work. For the life of me, you couldn't pay me to do this work. You couldn't pay me to do it. But I want you to know, as his wife and family members, what this job is. This is not state rep when someone's just calling you up and complaining. This is a completely different ballgame. And you really have to do the deep, deep work of I know you want to do it. I know you want to. But what does that mean in how that plays out? So, you know, I'm going in this, again, I don't look at these things as Democratic or Republican. I really don't. I'm being pushed and pulled from every side on you. And that's just the truth. I'm not the least bit worried about what happens with the special election. That's none of my concern. What the governor did, you know, whatever. I am not the governor. I don't get to make those decisions. But the thing, the staff surprisingly seems to want you there. I'm not talking about the board members. I'm talking about the staff. Staff seem to think you would be a good fit, which is again perplexing to me, honestly. So I don't know who you've been talking to, who you're meeting, or who's talking to who, because I don't know. I really don't. But the one thing I know about you, Attorney Representative Kalkhorst, and you and I have disagreed on issues and we've agreed on issues, and you know, I'm a very strong Democrat and you're in my district, and I have actively supported people who've run against you. But the thing I do know for sure about you is you are open-minded, and you're a team player, and you're affable, and you will learn and get along. And I have to concur with Councilor Kennedy again, and I'm making no commitment of a vote to you today, but I can say in 10 years, there has never been someone who hasn't been on the board sitting there as well prepared as you, and who has done as much homework as you have done. It is impressive to me, and it does mean something. How you get here, listen, this building is full of politics, right? That's what it is. This is what it is. I can only work with what's in front of me, and you are an interesting candidate. So thank you for the service you've given to the Commonwealth. You may continue to serve the Commonwealth in this capacity or in your same capacity, I don't know. But I do appreciate you being prepared. I really, truly do. I do appreciate you reaching out to people. particularly Dr. Bonner. It's again impressive that you reached out to her. The chair should have done a lot more preparation with you, frankly, than they did, but that doesn't surprise me at all. And at that said, I will now adjourn this meeting.
And I'm going to read the governor's letter. Pursuant to the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 27, Section 4, I am pleased to nominate Maryanne Galvin as a member of the Parole Board for a term expiring September 14, 2025. I appreciate your consideration. Her resume is attached. Charles Baker, Governor of the Commonwealth. So I know that I've spoken with Ms. Galvin, and she's going to introduce people later on during her speech, and there's no need for that. So we're going to start off with her first witnesses, Judge David Weingarten. Judge, please sit or stand, whatever you're comfortable with, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. Good afternoon, members of the Governor's Council. I know some of you. My name is David Weingarten. I'm the first justice at the Roxbury Division of the Boston Municipal Court. I am, again, this is my third time here, more or less recently, again, very honored to speak to the council on behalf of the nomination of Maryanne Galvin to the Parole Board. I've mainly known Dr. Galvin in my capacity as a judge and mainly as first justice for the last 14 years, although it's fair to say our relationship goes back about 20 years when I was also a lawyer in the Boston Municipal Court. So in Roxbury, the criminal cases that we mostly adjudicate are serious cases in which mental illness, criminal responsibility, and competency issues loom quite large. And Roxbury is also, as I think everyone knows, in the middle of a community beset with issues of addiction to controlled substances and alcohol, or both. And as lay people, that is the other judges and myself, we rely heavily on the forensic evaluations that we receive from the doctors to give us accurate, thoughtful, and nuanced analysis of people who are evaluated. And the opinions that are offered by the forensic evaluators in various proceedings can make the difference between a person walking out the door at the end of the day or being transported to a hospital or being sent to jail. So it's not really a position for people who are faint of heart in any way. Dr. Galvin has been a go-to person, and absolutely a go-to person for judges in Roxbury for all the years that I've been there. She has appeared in front of me and my colleagues literally hundreds, if not thousands of times. Each of us, Judges Poole, Fiandaca, Del Vecchio, and Breen, has experienced her crystal clear presentations to the court, her uncanny ability to anticipate issues about which we are going to be concerned, and her deftness at finding just the right placement for an individual. She's very, very savvy about people and about what makes them tick and can sort through confusing presentations to get to the heart of the matter. At the same time, Dr. Galvin's not afraid to push back, respectfully but firmly. If Dr. Galvin did or did not think that a particular person was appropriate for a Section 35 commitment, or did or did not think that a person needed to go to Bridgewater as opposed to a hospital or another DMH facility, she clearly said so. On the rare occasion that I might push back to her pushing back and question her judgment about a particular placement, I received a polite, but again, very cheerful and firm tutorial on the process of her thinking. Her judgments also showed a very deep understanding of the communities within the court's jurisdiction. In addition to her intellectual prowess, she always shows deep respect for and decency about the people she evaluates. None of the people that she spoke to in her capacity as a forensic evaluator is required to speak with her, but all readily speak with her, all or most all. So these characteristics will, in my humble opinion, make Dr. Galvin an excellent member of the Parole Board. She deeply understands addiction and mental illness and how it impacts behavior. She's an excellent judge of character and human nature, and her compassion is very much grounded in reality. I'd like to add that she's also a talented documentary filmmaker, which she may or may not tell you. And if you watch any of her movies, you're going to see the clarity of her view of the world, and you'll also experience her wonderful sense of humor and the ease with which she connects to people. So I not only consider Dr. Galvin a trial court colleague, but I also consider her a friend. And in both those veins, I offer my highest support for her nomination. And so do all of my colleagues who, on the way out the door today, were all yelling at me, say hi to Dr. Galvin and wish her good luck, and wishing her very well. We were very sad when she left Roxbury, but if she is lucky enough to be confirmed by you, the Commonwealth will be well served. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate you coming here today. Any questions or comments for the judge?
Good to see you, Judge. Keep up the good work over there.
Thank you, Judge. Next, Attorney Tim Foley, welcome back.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council DiPaolo. Good afternoon, Council Kennedy and Council Jubenville. Good afternoon, the council. It's a pleasure to be back here. In front of you.
You've had great success here.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Limited appearances, but great success. Thank you very much. Good afternoon again. It's an honor and a privilege to speak today concerning the advice and consent of Governor Baker's appointment of Maryanne Galvin to the Massachusetts Parole Board, which includes appointment to the Advisory Board of Pardons, obviously, and that's something that's something I'm very interested in. The first interactions and professional relationship I've had began with Dr. Galvin during the mid-1990s at the Boston Municipal Court, Central Division. I was employed then as a court officer, and I had plenty of time to observe what was going on at the court at that time. Dr. Galvin was highly regarded, respected, and depended on by her peers in the court clinic, by judges, by defense bar, by district attorney's office, and by the court staff. It was not unusual to her to conduct 4 or 5 Chapter 123, Section 35 civil commitment evaluations a day concerning substance abuse. Dr. Galvin's always stood on her own 2 feet and was not a rubber stamp. She took serious the power to take an individual's liberty. Dr. Galvin was not timid to put forth a recommendation unpopular with the petitioner or a judge. In my opinion, Dr. Galvin is reasonable, empathetic, logical, organized, and through her experience understands how the addicted and those with mental health issues intersect with the criminal justice system and the Department of Corrections. More importantly, Dr. Galvin has shown through experience and ability to identify and analyze behavior and traits which give insight into risk assessment and decision-making along the detection of the offender's causative factors which drive the criminal behavior and the ability to determine whether the offender has addressed them. Given the Massachusetts Supreme Court decision in DeFrancisco, which held that a life sentence without the possibility of parole concerning juvenile offenders is on 8th Amendment and Article 26 grounds unconstitutional, the gravamen of DeFrancisco argument was premised on the adolescent brain development. Dr. Galvin's qualifications as a psychologist, knowledge, training, and experience will be invaluable to the parole board in evaluation of petitions concerning this issue and other mental health issues, especially when expert witnesses are involved. Lastly, because of the above observations, I have engaged Dr. Galvin to conduct multiple independent forensic evaluations of my clients concerning competency, criminal responsibility, and aid in sentencing reports. Being present at the meetings with clients gave a view of a thorough, compassionate evaluation, but also not always the desired opinion that I was looking for, to be quite honest with you. She's not afraid to go against the grain. Dr. Galvin, as a seasoned psychologist, is best qualified to determine whether an offender has gained the insight and understanding of their behavior and will be accountable to further determine whether the offender will be able to live and remain in society and a release is not incompatible with the welfare of society, which is the standard we look for in parole. Moreover, Dr. Galvin is positioned well to be a trailblazer concerning the gatekeeper role as a member of the Advisory Board of Pardons. And applying her expertise in that role will be invaluable to the board. And again, I would just like to state that, having been a court officer and having been around the court for almost 30 years now, I was able to observe. And like I said in my recommendation, the first person I go to for an independent evaluation or see if they're available or they're able to do it is Dr. Galvin. And I think she'd be a perfect fit in my experience I had. I know that this council is familiar with my work with Mr. Kuntz. My work with the board, I've done a lot of research on the board. I've done a lot of research on commutation, on executive clemency, and I feel very comfortable with Dr. Galvin moving on to that board and being a trailblazer along those lines. So I ask you to take that into consideration as well, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Foley.
Very much.
Councilor DiPaolo.
Yes, briefly. So, all familiar with your practice as it relates to the parole board. Last hearing, I was talking about how in the House of Corrections initial release hearing, there's a single parole board member not a panel, just a single one. So in your interactions with this area of law, do you think that that person should have some understanding, should have some training, should have some background, should have some work experience, whatever intersection of all those, in mental health? Because so many of the people that they're seeing are challenged with mental health disorders? Yeah.
The simple answer to that is, I believe, yes. I believe that it would be a great asset to have, because a lot of what I see, I mean, we're Judge and myself and others that are in the district courts and the Boston municipal courts are, lack of a better term, in the trenches, and we see what goes on. And
there's lots of lawyers out there who've dealt with this issue because it's overwhelming our criminal system, right?
Yes.
So when I think about that single person there, out of all the parole board members, I don't think it's the Massachusetts way to roll the dice on that. I don't think good enough is good enough for Massachusetts. I don't live here because of the climate. I live here because I think we have an awesome society and culture. And so to imagine knowing what the problems are and saying, this person's good enough because there's like two others who kind of know these issues, that to me just isn't good enough. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Councilor Devaney.
Thank you. I was sitting here for 3.5 hours. I had to take a bathroom break. I want to ask you, out of all her qualifications, what is the one qualification that you can point out that she will bring to the parole board that's so outstanding?
I would say it's her experience and evaluation. I'd be comfortable in saying there's probably not, although there's always a unique circumstance, there's probably nothing that she has not seen. She's battle tested. She's been on the ground since I've known her about 30 years now, maybe just 28 years of close. She has the experience and is able to take what's given to her, evaluate what that situation is, and make a firm recommendation. That's obviously been thoroughly vetted through her education and through her experience.
Well, we did probably 3.5 hours. It was wonderful. I'll tell you, I mean, I was overwhelmed with her qualifications and experience. I couldn't be more happier than, looking at your resume. So thank you. Your testimony means a lot.
Thank you very much, Councilor Devaney.
Thank you, Attorney Foley.
Thank you very much.
Next, we're going to hear from Kathy, next and last witness, Kathy Cahill, please.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm also pleased to be back here in front of the Council today. I was most recently here for the Will Allen commutation hearing. I testified on his behalf. This time I'm thrilled to be here in support of Dr. Galvin for the Parole Board nomination. As you know, I have a licensed independent clinical social worker as my professional degree. For the last 6 years after leaving Bridgewater State Hospital, I have been working as an area forensic director for the Department of Mental Health. I've known Dr. Galvin for over 10 years, both in a personal and professional capacity. We lived in the same neighborhood in Boston for a number of years, and we took some fitness classes together. She's shared her documentaries, which were mentioned earlier, and her love of filmmaking. So certainly her love of filmmaking and a good dance routine is something that sticks with me as a way that Dr. Galvin really balances personal and professional importance and relevance in her life. Over the course of the last 6 years, I've really grown to know Dr. Galvin on a professional level. She has had a lot of complex cases that she has consulted with me on in my role. We have talked about larger systems issues in our free time sometimes. We've had numerous conversations about the criminal justice system in general, mental health and behavioral health impacts that are intertwined, as we're talking about today, so clearly in everything that we're seeing. And the concepts of reform, diversion, and opportunities for equity, justice, and rehabilitation remaining present in all of those conversations. When Dr. Galvin asked if I would be here today to speak on her behalf, I didn't hesitate. I can't think of anybody that is more qualified to be serving on the parole board in our state than Dr. Galvin. When we take a quick look back at her career, which is vast, I don't believe that there's any area of our legal system and our mental health system and our risk continuum that Dr. Galvin hasn't had some sort of infiltration in. Just to recap briefly, Dr. Galvin has worked in our court system. She's worked in our jails. She's worked with the police departments at times of arrest for individuals at their worst moments. She has worked in forensic evaluation with court-involved youth and adults. She's done inpatient work. She's done outpatient work. She's done family systems work. She's also been instrumental in the training and education of our next generation of mental health professionals, higher education settings, and postdoctoral programs. Dr. Galvin has an acute awareness of the need for diversion when appropriate and reformative opportunities. She is highly skilled at being able to identify the individuals who would be most successful in those tracks. She's an expert at risk assessment, the factors that are necessary to mitigate future risk, and also what individuals need to be successful in community reintegration. Dr. Galvin is smart, she's compassionate, she's incredibly gifted at sifting through extraordinarily complicated cases and really producing rational, well-balanced, and objective recommendations. She puts her all into her assignments that are handed to her, and I'll be the first to admit, since I've been doing it recently, that she is not getting easy assignments out there in the court clinic. She is relatable, she is approachable with every interaction, whether it's a judge, an attorney, a colleague, or a defendant. She really sees people for who they are in the moment and does not judge. I'm thrilled to be here today in support of Dr. Galvin for her appointment to the Parole Board and give her my most enthusiastic recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in today. Any questions? Thank you. Councilor Devaney, have something?
I mean, there really isn't any questions I can ask about her. Unbelievable. I'm just so thrilled. I can't stop smiling. Tell me, so how many years have you been working with her, and what's your evaluation of her demeanor and?
Sure. So officially, I've been in the role for 6 years, and while a lot of the work that we did over the initial 5 years was more consultation when I would cover for her Metro Boston area. In the last several months, she's been working in my area, and so I frequently will be in contact with her. I think the way that she conceptualizes cases, the thought she puts in, the most poignant example I could think of is she was given a 15A screen in our Worcester District Court. For other reasons, it was postponed and delayed for 48 hours. And during that 48 hours, Dr. Galvin took a screen and did research on this really complicated cultural issue that was involved in this case. And I actually think that her research and her dedication to just doing that deeper dive is what actually contributed to not hospitalizing an individual who had some unique circumstances going on. If the 15A had happened on the spot and without further research, he may have actually needed an inpatient evaluation, and that would have taken his civil liberties away. So she did an amazing job at sifting through, and that is not a requirement of the court clinicians, and certainly you don't often dedicate that amount of time off hours to research a case. So
Thank you for sharing that.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Next, I understand we have Laura Burland-Wyman in the room who wants to say a few words.
Hi there. My name is Laura Burland-Wyman, and I'm here to testify in support of Dr. Maryanne Galvin's nomination to the Parole Board. Contrary to what Chairman Kennedy said before, we do actually support some candidates. So
Before you start, I'm just going to ask, and I have no idea what you're about to say. I asked all the witnesses to keep it to like 2 minutes. You can say, try to keep it a couple of minutes.
Quick information, when do we have the 2-minute?
Since I'm the chair.
Could you have the chair?
Yes, thank you.
You've already heard what Parole Watch is, but we're a group of volunteers that listen to multiple parole hearings and try to observe the effectiveness of the Parole Board. As a citizen, I'm also concerned about fairness in parole, systemic racism, and effective public safety. Over the last 2 years, I've listened to over 30 parole hearings, both in Natick, in person, and via telephone during the pandemic. I have come to understand how different members of the Parole Board can be helpful or hurtful in questioning candidates for parole. There is currently, as you know, only one member of the Parole Board with experience in psychology. At the risk of telling you what you already know, parole is a highly complex matter involving issues related to mental health disorders, childhood trauma, sexual and physical abuse, and substance use disorders. Complexities of psychological diagnoses and mental health therapies are the norm. I don't know Dr. Galvin personally. Rather, I'm here to testify that on the basis of her extensive education and experience in the field of psychology, excellently detailed in her comprehensive resume, she is exactly the kind of candidate that we need on the parole board. I just want to mention a few observations about the parole board. There's some deficits that I feel undermine the implementation of a fair and effective process. One of the most troubling observations, which has been talked about already, is reviewing the details of the original crime ad infinitum. I have also observed a failure to spend significant time focusing on the parole applicant's effort and involvement in rehabilitation. A failure to ask insightful questions about the parole applicant's mental health is another pitfall. There also seems to be a lack of familiarity with resources, particularly mental health resources, both behind the walls and in the communities where folks return. The Commission on Structural Racism and Parole recommended what the Coalition on Effective Public Safety has also been advocating: more expertise on the parole board in the fields of behavioral health and substance use can help in promoting re-entry plans that address these concerns using medical standards and best practices. Dr. Galvin more than fulfills these recommendations. As detailed in her resume, Dr. Galvin's extensive experience as a forensic psychologist includes evaluations and consultations of competence to stand trial, criminal responsibility, violence risk assessments, substance dependence, and aid in sentencing evaluations. These are absolutely critical skills needed in the parole process. Further, Dr. Galvin has also has experience with youth psychology in a number of capacities. It cannot be overstated how helpful this would be in parole hearings where many applicants committed crimes as juveniles. I could go on because her resume is so impressive. I will stop there, and I hope you will support this well-qualified candidate.
Thank you for your coming here. Thank you for your testimony. Councilor Kennedy.
I'm always puzzled when, and I agree with you that she has an incredible background in terms of her experience and education. Have you ever seen her at a parole hearing?
I have not.
You would agree with me that if she hadn't been at a parole hearing, given her background, and I don't know the answer to that question, as I sit here, she'd still be qualified to sit on the parole board.
That's my feeling. That's my.
Even if a person had never been at a parole hearing, you think they could be qualified to sit on the parole board?
Well, I'm not sure I can answer that.
I'm sorry? I'm
not sure I can answer that.
Well, do you think that's a conditioned precedent, I guess is the question.
I'm not a lawyer.
And I have no idea, let me just say something, I have no idea if Dr. Galvin's been at a parole hearing one way or the other, I just don't know, I'm just curious.
I think.
On paper, and I've spoken to her in the past many times, I'm voting for her, I agree, I think she's highly qualified. But I'm just curious what you think of that.
I wouldn't sit here and say that it's an absolute mark against you if you have never been to a parole hearing, but of course, it's full and important. Is that fair?
That's fair. Thank you.
Ready?
We're not talking about another candidate, we're talking about this one. And she never had to go to a parole board hearing because she has been involved with the Department of Youth Services, DMH State Hospitals, Bridgewater State Hospital, Department of Corrections, adult court clinics, pretrial.
I'm sorry, are you talking about Ms. Galvin or someone else?
Out of all of that, your observance of this nominee, what stands out to you about her qualifications to serve on the parole board?
Well, the things that I mentioned already, her work as a forensic psychologist, her work with youth. I mean, I'm a lay person. I'm a volunteer. I'm a lay person. I'm here to tell you what I observe at parole hearings and what seems important.
Well, that's what I wanted to hear. That's what I wanted to hear. But I think it's a different thing when someone has all these qualifications not to go to a parole board if it's really not necessary. But I thank you so much for taking the time, and thank you for all the time you take to go to the parole board.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming. Next, I understand we have Patricia Garin on Zoom. That's it.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Welcome back.
Thank you. Well, just to answer your question about Counselor Kennedy's question, just so happens I was with my students at a parole board hearing one day, and I finished the hearing and was walking out, and this person that I did not know approached me and introduced herself as Dr. Galvin. And we had a wonderful conversation about the parole hearing, about why she's interested in parole, why she would like to be on the board, and thoughts of the hearing and what we had just seen. It was absolutely refreshing and very important to me. Part of the reason why I'm here supporting her candidacy. And I can tell you, without exception, all of the members, all of the stakeholders, all of the people I work with, the stakeholders in the community, everybody is in favor of this nomination. Everyone knows we need to have more psychologists, people with a human service background on the parole board. And I can tell you that even though we are very much supporting and arguing the belief that we need another person of color on the board, I think everyone I spoke with is saying, let's put Dr. Galvin on the board. She is so strong and has such incredible credentials. And let's work to fill that other spot with a qualified person of color. Let's keep the drive on to get a person of color, but we so much need to have another psychologist on the board so that clients have fairer and better hearings. So my community of people who work for parole and want to make progressive changes to this parole board wholeheartedly support Dr. Galvin. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilors? All right, haven't heard none. Anyone else in favor? Anyone else? Anyone opposed to the nominee? Dr. Galvin, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to thank Governor Baker and Lieutenant Governor Polito for their confidence in me with this nomination to serve the people of the Commonwealth as a member of the Massachusetts Parole Board. I appreciate Lauren Green-Petrino and Councilor Ferreira for guiding me through this process. With me today is my brother David and several dear friends. Without you, I would not be in this room. To my witnesses, thank you for taking the time to speak on my behalf. I'm grateful for my colleagues and the many friendships that have evolved during my decades with the Department of Mental Health Division of Forensic Services, and especially for Dr. Bonner, who encouraged me to apply for this appointment. I'm humbled and honored to appear before you, the Executive Council, who will ultimately decide if I'm the right person to fill this important role as a member of the Parole Board. In this past week, I've examined my life as if it's a river. There have been places where it's smooth and I'm resting, relishing in the sunshine. Others where the river turned and I did not. There was something transformative about every one of those experiences. I sit before you with appreciation for my journey on this river. As you know, I have over 30 years of service in the trial courts, jails, and psychiatric facilities. I believe that my lived experience and my chosen vocation have equipped me to take on new challenges, be of service to others, make contributions on a larger scale if appointed to the Parole Board. In the interest of time, I'll offer a very brief synopsis of my personal background. I was born and raised in Worcester's South Side. My parents were teenagers when they started their family. Dad worked for the phone company, and Mom dedicated her talents to raising 6 children in a blue-collar, tight-knit neighborhood. Both of my parents died over 35 years ago. The bonds I share with my siblings, their spouses, my nieces, my nephews, cousins are nuanced yet priceless. I like to think that I inherited my parents' work ethic, compassion, intellectual curiosity, and sense of civic-mindedness. A first-generation Irishman, Dad's strong cultural connections, and Mom's identification with her French-Canadian roots wove a rich tapestry. Our home was equal parts chaos and regiment. But that's not why I became a psychologist. It was growing up with Uncle Joe. My dad's brother Joe was differently abled. Back in those days, he was referred to as a person with mental retardation, thankfully a term no longer in our vernacular. Uncle Joe was part of the fabric of my immediate and extended family in every way. Sorry. From my parents, I learned the moment we began to see that there are infinitely many kinds of beautiful lives, We cease being captive to the myth of so-called normalcy and the cultural tyranny that tells us there are only a handful of valid ways to be human. What my lived experience has taught me is that most people exist with a great deal more suffering than is visible to even the most proximate and sensitive onlooker. Many have survived things both unimaginable and invisible to the outside world. What has kept me going as a forensic psychologist and what inspires me to bring my skills to the parole board is this basic philosophy. Human beings have always been capable of inflicting tremendous pain on each other and capable of triumphal healing. Human beings can make bad choices, be held and hold themselves responsible. They can restore broken bonds and shattered trust. Human beings can change for the better with appropriate services and support if they choose to do the work. If appointed as a member of the parole board, my goal is to serve as an influencer in the direction of supporting healing and growth for those individuals returning to society who are waiting to be paroled and for the communities to which they return. In conclusion, some insights from writer Oscar Wilde's effort to transmute his suffering during incarceration inside Reading Prison. Whatever is said, however, by myself or by others, matters little. The important thing, the thing that lies before me, the thing that I have to do, if in the brief remainder of my days is not to be maimed, marred, or incomplete, is to absorb into my nature all that has been done to me, make it a part of me, accept it without complaint, without fear or reluctance. The supreme vice is shallowness. Whatever is realized is right. Thank you for this opportunity, and I await your questions and remarks.
Mr. Chair.
Dr. Galvin. I am going to, yes, Councilor Hurley?
Yeah, this is Councilor Hurley. I have no questions. We had a great conversation. Her application or her curriculum vitae is amazing, and I intend to support you next week and vote for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Hurley. We will now commence questioning with Councilor Jubenville.
Thank you. You're welcome. You meditate?
I run and I dance and I listen to music, but I don't call it meditation, but I would say it is meditation.
That up in you. That's a good thing.
It is a great thing.
As a parole board member, have you visited the parole board and seen parole hearings?
Yes, I've seen many hearings in person and many on tape. I know enough attorneys who've done hearings that I asked for, CDs, and I've read multiple findings.
So you've seen the parole board or some members of it get into the specifics of the case, however long ago it had happened. Through that again, have you seen them?
I'm seeing, different hearings have different presentations. So some people who chaired or members of the board have spent a great deal of time rehashing, if you will, the governing offense. Other people have merely asked the person to put some of the facts of the case on the record for the record. So I've seen it along a continuum of presentation, if that answers your question.
What do you think of that? Using that to assess somebody for parole?
So as a parole board member, and again, I'm not in the system, but my observations suggest that I would not be there to rehash the case. My role is to hear where this person is now in their rehabilitation. Who are you now? What is your decision-making like now? What have you done to prepare yourself for reentry in society? Do you have reflections on the governing offense? Of course, you'll ask questions because it's informative about how the person thinks about themselves in relation to society.
What if he says, I didn't do it?
In my opinion, an admission of guilt is not necessarily correlated with recidivism or how well they're going to do in the community, based on the research that I've read.
So you would not require somebody to admit they committed the crime if their position is, I didn't commit it, in order for you to vote for parole?
If everything else that I'm ticking off with regard to the totality of the situation suggests this person's ready for reentry and the reentry plan is excellent for this person, no, that would not be necessary for me.
You are aware that that is being done at the parole board now.
I have seen hearings wherein that has been a decisive factor.
You think everybody that comes for the parole board actually committed the crime they're charged with?
It's a pretty broad question, Counselor.
Well, let me put it this way, it's a little easier. You think anybody that comes before the parole board and they say they didn't commit the crime is telling the truth?
Do I think anybody who says they didn't could be telling the truth? It could be. You know, my question for them would be, okay, let's back this up. How is it that you were in this circumstance, that you were eventually charged with a crime and then sentenced to prison? I would want to know those things. And implicit in asking that question would be information about how this person now regards that episode in their life and how that informs what they plan to do next. Does that answer your question?
It does. I don't know that I like it. I don't see the point of getting in and rehashing what happened. There's two phases I look at, the trial or the plea. Now you're here, let's move on and see what you've done from the first day you've been incarcerated until now. I hear stories of being some parole board members getting into that case and retrying it. Some sort of attitude that he must confess to me or he does not get parole.
Again, maybe I'm not being clear. My interest would be much more in getting a fuller understanding of how they perceive that episode in their life, right? And then what they're doing with that information to inform how they behave once they re-enter society.
Assume they say to you, doctor, I didn't do the crime.
Okay.
It wasn't part of what's in that report.
Okay. Then talk to me about what was going on in your life at that time that you think may have been a contributing factor.
And I say nothing. I don't know why. Somebody accused me of doing that. I got charged and I got convicted. I didn't do it. I was not there. You say, well, I'm not going to parole you. That's your right.
You know, I would need a lot more information about the person before I made a decision, but I am not looking at you and saying I would not parole them.
Okay. Commutations and pardons. Do you believe that they should be given out?
Wonderful mechanism for re-entering society with guidance and support and inspiring other people who are presently incarcerated to work toward re-entry in society. Big fan.
Pardons, a lot of pardons are some things that happened years ago in someone's life, and they've, you know, had a good life and moved on, and now they want a clean record.
I can definitely think of examples.
For pardons?
Yes, in certain situations, my assumption is that there will be people who have, you know, been excellent parolees, that the governing offense is way behind them, that they're, let's say, out in society now and trying to open up a small cafe and need a liquor license, and they're prohibited from doing that. If having a pardon is going to set them on a much better path in life, I would be in favor of something like that.
Okay, I know a fellow in my hometown of Milton that has been on parole. It was a second-degree conviction. Did about 15 years. He's been on parole now for 30-something years. He is in his late 70s. He went to BU and got a PhD. He owns a company of psychologists who practice. And he pays $80 a month for the privilege of being on parole. And they will not terminate his parole.
The issue of termination, again, not inside the system, so I can only speak based on what I've read and observed. The issue of termination, in my opinion, needs to be on the table and thoroughly discussed. Because as you lay out, there's an example of someone who might be a perfect candidate for putting a pin in it.
No violations in all those years. Never missed a payment of the $80 a month.
Mm-hmm.
Allowed to travel anywhere in the country. But they just won't terminate his parole.
So, you know, from, again, what I've been reading based on the Mass Bar recommendations on clemency and pardons based on what I read with the commission on racial disparity and equity. There are high-level conversations taking place, and I would like to be part of that.
I take from your statement and the way you said it, that you're not going to be anybody's pushover. Am I correct in that?
That seems to be the consensus about me.
That's what I like somebody to be bold, be under a lot of pressure, keep people in jail.
Yes.
It's just the way it is. We need more people that are going to be bold and say enough of this kind of thinking. We've got to get people out of there. That's what we're here for.
And there are wonderful models in the world around us of other states and other countries who are, and I don't mean to demean the state of Massachusetts, but there are other ways to approach these larger systems issues. And why not learn from each other? That's always been sort of my storyline here.
One last question. Do you think somebody should be incarcerated for committing a nonviolent crime?
Incarcerated for, are you thinking of an example?
Somebody that steals a sum of money. Violence involved.
So again, those are judicial decisions, right? And so my understanding is that there are.
It's going to be yours soon because
I'm not sentencing
people that are in that category that come to the parole board.
Well, I'm not sentencing them. I'm deciding whether they need to be back inside. And my answer to the back inside is let's always look at what other kinds of interventions, what's right for this person at this time based on these circumstances and what we have available for resources. Prison used to be about rehabilitation, right? And so we have all seen that societal change. And prison right now is the new mental hospital. And these are my people, and they are better treated in a lot of other ways. And I am privy to resources in the community. I have connections around the state with DMH, DPH, Department of Developmental Disabilities. We talk to each other. And if there's another way to set this person back on the right course, why not? I mean, prison is necessary for some people. There are some people who are right where they do need to be. That's okay with me. But that does not seem to be the vast majority of our population. I mean, something like 75% of people in our prisons right now are either duly diagnosed or definitely struggling with substance. We have an obligation to step up, in my opinion.
Well, I appreciate that, and I want you to stay the way you are, be independent, and speak up, because you can't get fired by the way you vote.
I can promise you that.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Juvo, Councilor Devaney.
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Maybe 4 hours. They stopped blinking the lights at the diner. But out of everything, you get a great sense of humor. And I mean, to see someone smile and go before someone smiling, that means a lot. But I first want to congratulate you. You got the highest award in the field for the Robert Bine Distinguished Service Award. I don't even know where to start. I mean, it's like an encyclopedia of all the things that you've done.
I'm old.
But the thing is that, out of all of these things, and we've got all of these letters from probation, from everybody in the field and attorneys and everything. And it's just amazing, that you work tirelessly completing statutory competency, criminal responsibility, aid in sentencing evaluations, psychiatric evaluations. I mean, that's what we need. We have to know that someone has mental issues. Now, how do you plan to work with Shani Bonner? Because both come from the same field.
Oh, if appointed, I very much look forward to working with Dr. Bonner. Way back, some of you in the room might not know this, but
you were a supervisor.
That's right. When she was a brand new trainee as a forensic psychologist, I was one of her mentors, supervisors, and we have kept in touch all these years. And Her son started a foundation a year ago, and she asked me to use my filmmaking skills to do a fundraising trailer for.
I couldn't be happier. I mean, and, and you work with they tell me at the Roxbury court that you have worked with people with mental issues and substance and all kinds of disorders. And, the thing is important though, I mean, you have conducted competency to stand trial, criminal responsibility, aid and sentencing, mental and substance abuse, all of that. And it's so needed on the board, So out of all of these things, what do you think you're bringing the most value, it's underestimated, to the Parole Board?
Well, certainly the compilation of my background, training, and experience as a psychologist who understands how people function, what behavior is about, how mental illness may or may not manifest, what the implications of those manifestations might be. I think that my vast understanding of all the systems that must work together to help somebody re-enter society will probably be one of the biggest contributory factors.
And another thing too that, people don't understand, you have to have a writing ability to be on the Parole Board. And you certainly have it. And all of these letters, they say, about your ability of report writing and your testimony. And, there's not enough time for me to say all the things you've done. I mean, it's just remarkable. I have to say, my 23 years, I'm over the top that you came through, that I am so pleased because that was my pledge when I first got elected to, change the Parole Board. So how do you see the Parole Board has changed through the years? I mean, do you see, now looking in, do you see some of the things that you'd like to see changed?
Again, it's hard to look in. So, obviously in my conversations with Dr. Bonner, who loves her job, which is 99% of the reason I'm here, she inspired me.
Chair, I'm sorry, she was chair.
So, certainly there has been some evolution in thought, as I alluded to before, about re-examining conditions. Should things like fees and fines now be reconsidered with regard to particularly the racial disparity? Are these things hindering people from moving forward with their lives? Looking at commutations and pardons, like thinking of ways in the system to really expedite the process, which seems like it's had some lags, and I don't have enough agency to understand what those lags were about. But my understanding now is that there are more conversations on the table about finding ways to be more expedient with regard to decisions, not make a decision and then send somebody back into prison waiting to be released because there aren't resources there. I think those are the areas that I would love to be a contributor and advocate for movement towards better outcomes.
And what people are saying to you, that your sincerity and a commitment to commit yourself to people so they won't reoffend. And that's so important, the rehabilitation. I learned that it didn't work the way it should. I had voted against the chair who let Sinelli out, and Sinelli killed that police officer. And he had 3 life sentences. I don't have time to go into all of them. But when I called to find out what did they do to follow up, and I was told that he had a plumbing internship. He was going to live with his uncle. He was going to pay, rent to him. He was going to see his probation officer every week. Guess what? None of the above. So that's the thing I look into to see, well, what are they doing? So that's the thing that concerned me, because, what was the determination to let someone with 3 life sentences, and he had escaped and shot a security guard who lived. I just don't understand it. So I'm thinking, would you have that oversight in your position to make sure that they're following up on these people that are paroled? Some are so deserving, but then you got someone like Sinelli,
So again, without inside information about protocols within the agency. You know, it is my understanding that field parole officers do look to people on the board for guidance, and I would want to be a resource. If people came to me and said, you know, we think that there are some gaps here in supervision, Dr. Galvin, do you have any assist here? Do you have any insights? Do you have any guidance for me? I would want to be used in that way.
And you know, that was, the whole thing was a mess because they threw everybody out and they didn't have life trials, trial hearings because they didn't have the majority, they didn't have a quorum to have it. So there were people that were supposed to be out, inmates supposed to be released, and they weren't because of that, you know? I mean, they could have got recalled, Judge, there's a lot of ways. How do I know? I'm just thinking of that. But I just want to see that you would be involved to, I know you'll have a lot of work to do, but to follow up and see, do they, it's right on paper to say they're doing all these things, but with Sinelli, they didn't. They didn't. And so that's what I look for. I mean, in my sitting here, I have never had anyone so qualified, so experienced. I mean, there's no words. I'm just so thrilled that you would even apply. And I think that you're going to be a mentor to someone they're voting for today that we had. And they'll be mentoring, and I'm looking forward to you to do that. But that's my concern, the follow-up of these parole, you know. You know, but to me, you believe in second chances. You've been involved in all of these things. Do you want to talk about any one particular person that you got involved with mental health or drug addiction or whatever that stands out of all of the cases that you've been involved in?
Do I have time?
You have 2 minutes left.
Okay, I'll talk fast. So we started to talk at the diner about a particular case, and this, I'll do my best to recollect, but on weekends for the past 25 years, now and then, I would do a moonlighting job, and it was the Section 18 consultations to the police and state police throughout the state. And so in that capacity, I did receive a phone call one night from a police station in Central Mass with grave concerns about a person who wandered into the station. He seemed very distraught. He seemed like he may be under the influence. He asked the officers to end his life. They took him into custody. They did see that there was a warrant for him. They did a Jenkins hearing, and then they called me in the wee hours and said, will you meet us at an emergency room out in this area? Because we're really worried about maintaining his safety in the police station. He's not eating, he's not drinking, he's sort of speaking incoherently. This person's not okay, and he obviously wants to end his life. So I met them at the emergency room, evaluated the man. I learned that he was a young man in his maybe early 30s from Guatemala. He walked from Guatemala to Mexico and found his way from Mexico to the United States, worked a number of jobs to support his family back in Guatemala, and just looked at me and said, I can't do this anymore. I miss my family. I miss friends. I work all the time. I'm using alcohol every night to quell my sadness, my loneliness, and I don't want to be here anymore. I wanted the police to either kill me or take me to court and bring me back to Guatemala. So the wrap up of this is, you know, we don't know who we're talking to until we sit down and really get people's backstory. It's very easy to judge. This story could have gone so many different ways, but for the compassion and the insight of those officers on the scene who, you know, didn't just look at his carry. They looked at the person and said, this is somebody in distress and we need some help with this person. What's the right thing to do here? I did call an on-call judge, discuss the case with the judge, did send the person to a DMH facility for the remainder of the weekend. He went to court on Monday, and to this day, I do wonder what became of him.
Good time, so quickly.
Okay, thank you.
Racial disparity. Everyone says it. There's racial disparity in the Massachusetts courts, but no one does anything about it. As someone on the parole board, is there anything that you can do?
This will be the last question, Council.
This is
We're over the time.
ridiculous.
We're over the time now.
There's
Want to be fair to everyone.
committee that has the committee people timed.
Well, we do.
Because of me.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Duff.
Actually, the United States Senate is time, so.
Yeah, the United States Senate, they time, yes, they do.
Well, they're not. Senators are not.
Excuse me, Councilor Duff's turn to question. Thank you.
Thank you Dr. Galvin for applying. Why do you want this job?
I really do think it is the perfect compilation of all my skills and my experience. And as Ms. Cahill alluded to, it's the only place I haven't been in the criminal justice system. And we psychologists think along a continuum. I think that I can make a contribution. But more importantly, I think I want this job because what social psychologist Eric Erickson says, I'm at that stage of life called integrity versus despair. And for those of you who don't know about this stage of life, 65 to death is the category. I'm in there. And it's the phase of life where we do look at our life in its entirety and say, what have I done that's meaningful? What can I continue to do that's meaningful? Yeah, and I do think a contribution to the parole board, I have something to offer. And this is my final act. I mean, I'm on the back nine.
Where did you grow up?
Worcester. Worcester.
Oh, you grew up in Worcester, and then you moved away and you're moving back there?
That's the apology. You don't have someone from Worcester on a parole board, but you have someone on a parole board who grew up in Worcester.
Absolutely.
But when will you be, you're moving back to Worcester?
Yes, let me contextualize. So I grew up in Worcester. I lived in Boston for 40 years, 30 of those in South Boston. So no one cares more about public safety than I do. I actually lived in the condo association where those two doctors were murdered. I know about the ripple effect of violence in a community, the impact it has, whether it's in an urban setting or a tiny town in the Berkshires. Violence has an impact. So yes, and then I moved to Plymouth briefly to be in the leafy community in the forest with wonderful neighbors during the pandemic because I'm a human being. I'm not made of stone and I really needed to step it back. And it's been a great, don't make me cry, it's been a great respite. But Worcester is calling, my family's in Worcester. I'm excited about a new chapter in my life. Hopefully it will involve being on the parole board, but whichever way this goes.
Whichever way it goes, this taking top prize.
That's right.
I have to say, I'm glad you moved into my district. Thank you.
Oh, counselor.
Yeah, I just said that table talks. Okay, so you've been to hearings and things. Have you observed inmates being asked questions that they can't answer due to their mental illness or their cognitive deficits?
So I have sat through many and watched many and wondered how the person arrived at sort of the words that they used to ask the question. So yes, I think that there are opportunities to craft questions during a hearing to meet the person where they are at cognitively, and whether their cognition is impaired by virtue of an active symptom of mental illness or impaired by virtue of aging and dementia, impaired by virtue of cognitive deficit that started as a youth. I really think that that's something that I can be helpful around, and that is not to criticize the people on the board. I mean, it really is a skill set that is, I'm going to look at DMH and say that that was drilled down in our training. It's like, you're doing the same competency evaluation, but you're asking those questions to meet the person where they're at, or you're not really getting assessment of what they are comprehending or not comprehending.
This is not a setup to make anyone on the board look bad or poorly, but do you think that when this has happened, it might make a board member, past or present, think that the person's being oppositional or resistant?
It could be read that way. I think that's an accurate, and I mean, I'll see that with attorneys. They'll say, this person's just not talking to me. Is it that we can't relate? No, counsel, it's that they really don't understand the multisyllabic words that you're using, and they can't read. I mean, I learn so much when I'm doing an evaluation, and I ask the person, have you read the police report? Would you like to read it? Oh, I can't read. It's just like, it's light bulbs,
It's stunning, the number of people.
We make a lot of assumptions about each other.
And that's when people get resistant or anxious and they, they differently than one might think is appropriate for them at times. you know, you have a terrific resume and I understand what you're saying is this is the cumulative the cumulative topping on the cake or whatever for your career, if you would be so lucky to ascend to this. It's hard work, it's dangerous work. I know that you know that because you've done it in the work of a forensic psychologist. I mean, we've talked a lot about a social worker. I don't, you know, you have that plus, really, frankly. And it's nice to get, it would be nice, I think, to have a little bit more of someone with your background on the board.
Let's put 3 on.
You know, it is, if we can get the right people to apply,
Yes.
and if we can get people that are willing to learn and are willing to step up and do the work, it's great. It's, you know, the one thing I said before to the previous fellow who was here, this is not gonna be Charlie Baker's parole board. This is gonna be a different parole board. In education, although, you know what, polls can be wrong, we know that from the, you know, presidential elections in the past, but right now it looks like we may be headed towards a Democratic governor. Both of the Democratic nominees for governor are people who are really invested in not just social justice, but criminal justice reform, which means the parole board will be, I expect, maybe not immediately, but it will be dramatically different. And even if this governor puts somebody, you know, names a new chair, the chances are that chair isn't gonna last under a new administration. That's just my speculation. I think things are gonna be dramatically different. I think we will not have, you will be writing your own decisions again, as you should. The decisions will be expected to be significant with real meat in them, telling, you know, not just some boilerplate, which was done in the past and which was part of the reason Sinelli happened. We got away from that and then we reverted right back to it. And the reason why it's dangerous is because we need to give benchmarks to folks so they know what we need them to do. And then, I think Councilor DiPaolo mentioned it in the last hearing, we need to make sure that the things we're asking them to do are even possible to do. Because if we don't.
Why do it? Why suggest it, right?
If we don't, what has happened, and we're seeing it happening more now than has ever happened before, is they're just saying, you know what? I got 3 meals in a bed. I'm just gonna serve out my sentence and then walk out of here with no supervision. I'm not on parole for 30 years till I'm 78 years old, right? Think about that.
I've spoken to many, many people who
it makes a lot of sense, but it's a very serious public safety issue. Because with the parole board, we want to parole people. We don't want to parole people who aren't ready.
Right, and we want people with a plan.
We want people with a plan, and you know, there are some people that need to stay incarcerated, but there are a lot of people that we need to let them out and let them succeed. To me, the biggest challenge, and I've spoken about it and I've written about it, is that we set them up to fail. We don't give them the tools they need to succeed, and you know, that's not something you're going to solve at the parole board. But I do think whoever comes into these seats, these 3 bites of the apple, as my colleague has said, you know, they really have to understand that the very well may be a very dramatic shift in the coming months. And you need to, I have no doubt of your ability to shift. But not everyone can, and I think people really need to understand it could be quite dramatically different. The workload could be dramatically different. It could go back, it could just be different. And it's also, as you know from the work you've done before, it's a dangerous job. You know, the lifers aren't your problem. You know, they're not your problem. There's other people. And you need to have that support system, and I've spoken about it before to our judges and other people that work in the courts. You need to know. You know, we are in a society where if something happens, you're on the front page of the newspaper. A stick. And, you know, no one wants to do the wrong thing, right? We don't, you know it does. But things happen, we're only human, we can't predict the future. As Councilor Bainey says, we don't have the magic ball or anything, but it's something that you have to be very aware of. I know you've been in your past work, but in this job more, really more. It's very important and dangerous. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councilor Kennedy.
I've been supporting you as somebody potentially be on the parole board for a long time. I heard your name from Dr. Bonner a long, long time ago. And there's no way that I am not going to vote for you, but I do have to ask a couple of questions. With respectfully to Attorney Galvin, I wasn't asking the previous witness whether you had attended the parole board. I had intended to ask you that question. That wasn't the question I asked. So when she said she was answering my question, that wasn't what I asked. What brought you to the parole board when you went there?
I really wanted to learn about how the lifer hearings were conducted.
And when did you start going to?
I went last summer and last fall, and then I started asking attorneys that I know if I could see some of their cases.
And that was in preparation for hopefully being here sometime.
Correct. I mean, full disclosure, when I learned that there was a seat open, I thought this is the time, and I submitted my resume and started doing the work.
And I think that's admirable. You started looking at what they were doing and attending some hearings, and you said you pulled some DVRs off and looked at those as well, right?
Because why sign up for a job that I might not want? I believe what Dr. Bonner would tell me, but that's the way I am. I'm a deep dive person. What is this really about?
And I think it's admirable that you did that, but you did that because you intended to sit here today at some point.
I'd hoped, yes.
That's fair. But prior to that, you hadn't attended any hearings?
Years ago, when Mike Pomerol was the chair, I went and watched.
Okay. Because you wanted to see him?
I was interested. Again, it's a facet of the criminal justice system. I've been devoting my career to that for 30 years.
And I think you're eminently qualified, so I'm not suggesting that you're not, but you've never really practiced in front of the parole board as a forensic psychologist.
I have not. I've been asked by attorneys, but I really have not taken those cases.
That's okay. I get you have a lot of experience in the courtroom and a lot of experience evaluating people and doing risk assessment. And I think you, as I said earlier, you bring a lot to the table. But you're not somebody who has practiced before the parole board. I have not. As I said, I've been a fan of yours from day one, before when you just started thinking of applying, and I've encouraged you to apply along the way. That's not any secret of that. I do believe the parole board needs another forensic psychologist on it. I was the one who encouraged Dr. Bonner to apply originally, as you know. She was the first forensic psychologist I think we've had on the parole board in a number of years. So I don't want anybody to think that I don't support that type of person on the parole board. I think I probably have been more responsible for getting you to apply and Dr. Bonner to apply than anybody. So I will be supporting you next week, and I look forward to it. I know you're going to do a great job. I know you're going to love the job.
Thank you for your vote of confidence. It meant a lot.
Thank you, Councilor Kennedy. Councilor DiPaolo.
Thank you, Councilor. First off, welcome to Worcester, or welcome back, right? Everyone
I meant to say that, Worcester candidate.
Everyone wants to move to Worcester. So eventually the administration was going to get lucky and someone would move to Worcester. I don't know if you'd agree or not, but I think my community would agree that we're very happy to have you joining our community. And we also know that the programming that happens on the ground, it's hard to substitute knowledge of the community itself. And I'm sure that if you're fortunate to be appointed in 5 years, we'd find out that you have done that in the meantime. But in the meantime, we have a lot of folks coming out of Worcester with needs, and we have a lot of great programming in Worcester that we need to make sure we're connecting all the dots, and that the parole board, as well as every other organization that's involved in rehabilitation, possesses. So I very much am happy to have you before the council. It doesn't change an iota of my opinion that Worcester has continued to be overlooked on the parole board. and the people and the families and the neighborhoods impacted by incarceration and by substance use disorder in Worcester continue to deserve to have a voice that's more familiar with their needs. So that aside, I was really interested in what I heard said, you know, it was something like 6,700. So the parole board report that has statistics, the most recent one is from 2020. So they haven't been able to produce a new one yet for last year. But in 2020, 6,700 6,472 individuals were eligible for a parole board hearing. And so 44% of them did not have a hearing. It resulted in a waiver or a postponement or another disposition. Sometimes is how the process was going to play out, but sometimes it's what I heard discussed, that it's a throwing up of the hands, it's a lack of efficiency on the board's part, and it does, in fact, the Commonwealth a disservice, because then we get to release people with no conditions instead of a well-functioning parole board seeing that individual and tailoring conditions that would help, hopefully, to reduce recidivism.
Couldn't agree more.
Do you think I summarized that accurately?
I think you did. Thank you very much.
So the big question here is, because you've talked about it, the lack of resources on the outside, the lack of housing, the lack of job training, the lack of certainly mental health services, addiction services. So the reality you face, though, is that you're seeing an individual as a parole board member, and you're deciding whether to parole them, but you're also trying to consider what life will look like. And so how do you balance the fact that this person's eligible for parole, they've met the standards that the regulations promulgate regarding eligibility for parole, and yet you know that there's a problem in terms of absence of services that might be necessary to help that person? What do you do?
You know, I think one of the things that I read in the 2020 report that's under consideration is making sure that there are representatives from inside the institution and, if possible, from the community present where the parole board is meeting with the parolee, and really making sure that there is an entity to meet those needs before saying, let's go. Because it makes no sense to say, let's parole you, but it might take a year back in jail while we figure out where to put you or what services are available. Instead, it sounds like the thinking is moving towards contemporaneous. Let's have the relevant parties in the room. Let's have the list of resources, much the way DMH does when we do risk and need. Like, here's the person in front of us. Here are the factors that are risk factors. Here's what this person needs. Do we have this? Where is it? How are we going to get him or her into it? You know, again, not being inside the system and being the idealist that I can be, that's how I would approach it. And I would enjoy.
To me, someone with your background who's been working with our corrections facilities, right, who has this psychology expertise, to me, that's really valuable because you know what's going on in the institutions.
Yeah.
A social worker from Worcester knows what's going on in Worcester.
That's right.
A Black person knows a hell of a lot better than me what it's like to navigate the system as a Black person.
Agreed.
As does a Latino.
Agreed.
You're going to have a heavy burden on you because you're going to be the second person with mental health expertise on the parole board. Even though all I've heard this morning is that mental health, substance abuse, but you'll be only the second. So I guess that's a relief perhaps to Dr. Bonner, because Dr. Bonner, I'm a really good person and I have some kind of background that overlaps with law, but I don't really know about brain development. And now you're in the mix too. So I guess that's great. I'm imagining that single parole board member, House of Corrections initial release hearing, and I continue to come back to it. We all know mental health's the problem. That's the problem. The problem isn't reading statutes, you know. The problem isn't delivering for our constituents. The problem is mental health. And so it's good enough to have someone who has no clue doing that hearing, deciding freedom versus incarceration, deciding where my tax dollars are going. whether it's to keep someone in a cage or whether to deliver them to services on the outside world that are going to help their family and their community. And it's good enough to have someone who doesn't know the fundamental issues. That to me is outrageous. It's an outrageous dereliction of duty to the criminal justice system. We saw an overwhelming bipartisan group of legislators create massive criminal justice reform in the last several years. And the parole board, I just read State House News Service, a report of this morning's hearing. Why aren't we talking about what actually goes on the parole board? The wild dysfunction, the delays in hearings for months and months and months, the waived hearings that are waived because the board itself is incompetent, 2 commutations in 6 years, when we know that the Mass Bar Association, which last time I checked, is not the National Lawyer Guild. This isn't some kind of wacky organization, right? And I use that term in sarcastic quotation marks. The Mass Bar Association says, hey, look at this amazing evidence that Chief Justice Gantz helped get, with the help of Harvard University. It's so easy. We know exactly what the charges are. We know exactly when the years are. We know exactly where it happened. Why aren't we going in and hearing commutation petitions so that my neighbor who's Black or Latino isn't spending 3 months longer in jail than me for the same exact crime? So I don't know how we even think about putting someone on the parole board who doesn't know the underlying issues that are at play. And I don't know how you report on a parole board hearing talking about back and forth between counselors when the real issue is that we have sky-high recidivism rates, we have the highest Latino incarceration rate in the country, we have 2 commutation hearings that have hundreds of petitions over the last 6 years, and then I get a state rep drop the day after signatures are due, coupled with a forensic psychologist so that it's good enough. We got 1 forensic psychologist. We have, do you speak Spanish?
No.
We have 1 Spanish speaker on the parole board. Highest Latino incarceration rate in the country. Overwhelming mental health and substance abuse disorders. Nah. Good enough to have a couple. Disgraceful, in my opinion. And we ignore the 2nd biggest city in the Commonwealth. Disgraceful, in my opinion. And we continue to put white people on the board. Disgraceful, in my opinion. It would be one thing if there were no qualified licensed social workers who are Black or Latino. It would be one thing if there were no lawyers who had background and expertise in mental health. But they exist. And I've spent the last 1.5 years looking for them and encouraging them to apply. And we have someone who kind of shows an interest a few months ago, and lo and behold, they're pushed right through. Meets not a single need on the parole board, not a single need. And we've documented the needs at this council multiple times in my short time on the council. So I'm really excited to have someone with your background. And I'm really disappointed at the continued trajectory of the parole board, but I'm very hopeful that if we have people who are aware of the issues and want to tackle them, and know that it's going to be a slow haul because the press ain't going to cover it. The legislature, they can talk, they're not giving priority to it. So I hope that the voices on the board are going to be brave enough and committed enough and quite frankly, hardworking enough to bring these issues to light. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Counselor,
My turn to go now.
your rule allows a counselor to have 4 minutes back.
After I go.
Oh, is that how it goes?
Yeah, my turn.
Oh.
I haven't had a turn. I'm last. Do you agree, we talked about this the last hearing, that Massachusetts incarcerates less than any other state in the country?
That is what the statistics say.
What do you think about that?
I think that people are taking advantage of a lot of the diversion programs, the criminal justice reform, that there are a lot of really good unsung heroes in a lot of our courts who are doing great work and putting people back on the path without using incarceration as the method to do that.
You also agree with the, what I've heard, that we also parole more than any other state in the country?
I have heard that.
So we incarcerate less and parole more. So the most liberal, if you can call it that maybe, state in the country as far as imprisoning people?
I'm not sure how you're using the word liberal.
All right, but the facts are the facts, right? We incarcerate less than parole more. What do you do to stop a Sinelli guy coming out of prison and killing the cop on his last day on the job?
Well, I think as Councilor Reilly has alluded to, that there may have been some gaps in supervision. Again, I haven't done a deep dive or a postmortem on that case. I do remember it well. I don't know what the factors were in the community, but from what I've read and researched, is that there were probably opportunities when this individual his criminogenic factors started to surface. Those may have been opportunities to jump in and say, you know what, you need to sit down. This isn't working. What are we doing here?
Do you know anything about how the money's spent among different sheriffs regarding training and rehab among the 13 counties?
Not with any authority. I know with regard to Section 35, that there are certain areas of the state that sheriffs are getting some funding to use their facility as an inpatient unit for Section 35. But beyond that, I don't have much knowledge about the budgetary issues among the House of Corrections or the DOC.
You think there ought to be some standard in the state so that someone gets a prison in Worcester, someone gets a prison in Bristol or Hampden County, that they all have access to rehab? Or
Of course, again, that's the theme here. It's like everybody needs access to the things that are going to put them back on the path to rejoining society as law-abiding citizens, as people with good mental health and stability. Are there disparities amongst our prisons and houses of corrections with regard to those services? Yes. I mean, I've worked in a couple of them, and I know a lot of my colleagues who work in them now, and this is the topic of conversation every day when we're looking at ways to help people that we are saying they're going back to jail. What's available there for this guy?
you think it matters like where you get arrested, who the sheriff is at the time? And where he or she spending the money?
It sounds like it from this conversation.
Well, I'm asking you. In jail, I was a cop for 30 years.
Yeah.
I didn't spend a lot of time in prison. So I'm asking you from you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the leadership and what the priorities of any leadership in any administration speaks volumes about how they're using their resources and their money towards what's important. And let's face it, when it comes to prisoners, people don't really think at that minutia level about what people need unless it's their family member or they've been a victim of crime. I mean, really, people pay attention when something horrible hits the news. That's for everybody in this room that's involved in the criminal justice system, police, lawyers. When things go awry is when people get very animated about prisoners. The rest of the time, I mean, I've had actual friends say, oh, you're trying to get on the parole board? Is that a real job? Is that a real job? No, they gather once a month and take names out of a hat. I said I wasn't going to be funny today, but it's just, it is scary.
I have a lot of friends that are cops. I was a cop. I've been a lawyer for almost 30 years. I've been a prosecutor. I've been a defense lawyer. I know people on the parole board. I know parole officers. I know probation officers. And I think overall, everyone tries to do the right thing and works really, really hard. Do you think it's important that I think you kind of alluded to this, that the legislature have some input into knowing where to put the money and knowing what works and what doesn't work? And wouldn't it be good to have people on the board or involved with the board that know about the legislative process?
That'd be great. And, if I'm on the board, I will do my research to the best of my ability. I do read the papers. I try to stay up on what the discussions are. I mean, there was something in the Globe today about the mental health funding, and of course I'm reading that. All of us are, because it's relevant and it's important.
I was on a bus last night on the way to Fenway Park with a bunch of friends and drove down the Cass, and it was, eye-opening for all these people from Southeast Mass to see those hundreds and hundreds of poor souls on the streets. What do we do about that?
We keep doing what we're trying to do, which is avail resources in every possible way give people a hand up, not a handout, and make, opportunities for sort of restoration. And that is not, it's way above my pay grade. There are greater minds than mine involved right now in figuring out how to address the so-called mass and cast issue. But I mean, the courts that I served in Boston for 30 years, those were my people. And we did the best we could, and we will continue to, all of us that are still in this field, because they're human beings and we are sharing the planet. Somebody in here said, do you care about people having a reentry plan and care about people having care out in the community? I do. You're my neighbor. I'm living with you, whether it's in Worcester or in Plymouth, although my neighbors in Plymouth are cool. But, there are people hurting and desperate everywhere in our Commonwealth. And every one of those people, the ones sitting silently in a corner, deserve my attention.
I think you're being humble. I think you are like the smartest person that I've talked to ever. More about forensic psychology with people.
Thank you.
That's why I asked you the question, not to put you on the spot, but I'm just curious, like.
No, I love talking about this stuff too, so call me anytime.
One last question. Tell me, and you can spend a minute or two if you can, about these documentaries that you made.
Okay, so, you saw in my CV that I went to Emerson, and really the focus I thought was going to be writing, and it really was writing, but I started to get very interested in writing for screen and seemed to have some talent there, and thought it's a perfect marriage of my writing skills and my forensic psychology to do documentaries in sort of the social justice realm. Most of them were, I've done some funny ones. I did a mockumentary about bed bugs. Someone in this room is in that film. So, I've really tried to just do things that capture my interest, but also may educate, the 5 people who see the film. It's fun. Some people spend their weekends and all their money golfing. I spent my weekends and all my money making films.
Great. Thank you. Councilor Devaney has one follow-up question, I believe, and then we'll.
Thank you. First of all, I did go to Officer McGuire's funeral, Sinelli Kill. And I just wanted to say that I agreed with my colleague, Councilor DePaula, and I wanted to say it's the chairman that's responsible to bring the paroles before the board. That's where the detriment is. Okay, the other thing is, I apologize, you had a 1 o'clock, and I made a motion that we only have one a week, like.
This has nothing to do with the nominee.
I have my minutes, and anyway, they voted 7-1 against it. We're vehement, 4 and 5 in. We got someone at 3 o'clock. So I want to apologize. It's not fair to you people to come because it only should be one. That's respectful to you and to have all councilors here.
And I want to say on behalf of all the other councilors, I'm not afraid to work 5, 6, or 7, or 8 hours today. So we'll take all the time in the world we need it for you. We're going to do that for the next 2 hearings as well. I don't mind staying late. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Adjourned.
Great team.
Thank you.
I'll read the letter first from the governor. I'm pleased to nominate Mark J. DeFrancisco as chairman of the Appellate Tax Board to a term expiring on February 28, 2026. I submit this nomination and designation for the advice and consent of the Executive Council pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 58A, Section 1. I appreciate your consideration of this nominee. A resume is attached for your convenience. Sincerely, Charles D. Baker. Mr. DeFrancisco, do you have anyone to testify on your behalf?
Yes, I do. One witness, former chair.
It's terrific. They come sit here and tell us.
He's here to testify for both nominees. Give him a lay down. Maybe we can have him testify both at the same time.
It's fine with me.
That's a suggestion.
Yeah, I like.
Great suggestion. Would you like to do that?
I'm fine.
All right. Tell us who you are and what do you have to say?
Well, Tom Hammond, I am a former chairman of the Appellate Tax Board for 16 years. I've worked with both individuals at length. I knew Mark when I was a litigator at DOR. He was chief counsel. I was participated in the hiring process of Tricia when we hired her as a staff litigator in 2004. I subsequently dragged her down to the Appellate Tax Board to serve as a counsel, and she ultimately became a commissioner. I've known Mark for 30 years plus. I got him to teach practice and procedure at the graduate tax program at BU Law School, and he's gotten rave reviews. He's patient. He understands the law. He understands procedure. He'd be embarrassed to admit this, but he probably has authored over 1,000 opinions from the Appellate Tax Board when he was chief counsel, and he's been serving as commissioner for the last, 2 years? And excellent demeanor, patient, probably a lot more patient than I was as chairman, but I think he knows his stuff, and the Commonwealth's going to have a better person as chairman. So unless you have any questions.
For the next nominee, we're going to talk about the next nominee too.
So I have a question.
What's your question, Council?
I don't know, everybody's talking.
Well, you're the only one talking.
Can I?
Do you have a question for the witness?
You left us.
I did.
Oh, my God. I was there 16 years for you. But I have to tell you, you really were the best chair. And I really, was sorry to hear you go. But, life goes on and you need to have a life. So I understand. So tell me, you've had, 30 years of life. Tell us, what do you think, what qualification do you think of when you think of him and being on as a chair of the board?
I would say integrity. He has personal integrity. He adheres to the letter of the law, but he has the patience and the demeanor to communicate with the people that appear before him, explain the reasons for decisions, and cases expeditiously but fairly.
Thank you for your testimony. So I enjoy your retirement.
Thank you. Would you like to share your statement for the next person?
Sure.
Since we've got you here, we might as well.
All right.
Expeditious.
I first met Patricia Good in 2004 when we hired her as a staff attorney at the Department of Revenue. He was in the Norfolk DA's office before that and had other experience in the tax arena. Excellent writer. She gets right to the bottom line, and got her to come down to the Appellate Tax Board as staff counsel. Ultimately, she filled an unexpired term as a commissioner, was subsequently appointed as a full commissioner in 2015, and she's up again for her go-around. And she's matched my reappearances at the Governor's Council. She's got excellent demeanor. She's got great courtroom presence. And I will list both of them as retirement, but after 43 years of working for the Commonwealth, I thought it was time to pack it in. So
well deserved.
The board is in good hands with those two if you approve their nominations.
Thank you.
Issue.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else to speak in favor of? Anyone to speak opposed? That Hearing none,
Madam Chair, given that they're reappointments, I'm going to move that we waive their opening statements. They've given them before. It's a reappointment.
are you comfortable?
Second that.
Second.
Excuse me, I'm running the hearing, please. I have a question, but are you comfortable with that?
I have no objection to that.
Okay, then let's do that, and I'll start the questioning. Sophia?
You and I have spoke. I think you're doing a great job. Haven't heard one complaint, but I guess either of you, actually. I know people that appear there. I've never appeared there, but you both have my support next week. So thank you for doing what you do.
Thank you very much, Council.
Council Jubenville?
I would repeat what Council Ferrera said. And if Tom Hammond says you're the man, you're the man. So I'll be voting for you.
Thank you very much.
Council Devaney?
I voted no. I wanted to hear from you because you have such a wonderful, I can't even go back, 38 years. 38 years you have served. Well, you started out as a tax counsel and also the chief counsel, and you were a board member before that. But your knowledge and advising through the years and everything is phenomenal. I can't say enough. And tell us about that, how you progressed from being the tax counsel and advising them about issues. Tell us all that experience and how you went from the different roles.
Sure. I started, as you say, Counselor, as a tax counsel, somewhat reluctantly. I was a litigator when I got right out of law school and didn't really want to sit behind a desk and didn't really want to practice tax law. I got into it and I saw that literally there are new issues every day. I was fascinated by the tax law. I've stayed there and I've served as chief counsel for 4 different chairmen. And obviously the top of that list would be Tom. I learned a lot from Tom and I hope to continue kind of the standard he's set for getting the best out of his staff, treating the people that appear in front of him with respect, getting responses to motions and responses to hearings out quickly and well-reasoned. So it's been an honor to serve with Tom, and I hope to build on the foundation he laid.
Well, I want to thank you for the time you gave me. I only got a few days and I had to see 4 or 5 people. It's outrageous, but I appreciate all your service and we need that. You know, I like to see people move up and, you know, I think it always bothers me, and I've seen it. I saw it in the SJC. To take someone outside and make them the chair, to me, is wrong. You have someone there that's experienced and has the qualifications. I think it's so disrespectful. So I'm so glad that you were reappointed. And I don't want to cry, but I do want to publicly say I'm sorry for your loss this past year.
Thank you very much, Council.
Thank you. Council Kennedy?
I don't have any questions. You're doing a great job. I'll be voting for you next week.
Thank you, Council DiPaolo.
Counselor, I don't have any questions. This was a good week for me to learn about the Appellate Tax Board and call some folks. And I heard good things about all of our nominees. So I'll follow up with questions if I have them prior to the assembly.
Thank you very much, Council.
Thank you, Council. I have no questions. Most of us really don't have a deep knowledge of the Appellate Tax Board, if we would be honest. And we appreciate very much your expertise and your dedication to the Commonwealth. So that said, I adjourn the hearing.
Great job, Council.
Next. Executive Council, Council Chambers, State House, Boston, Mass. Dear Councilors, I'm pleased to nominate Patricia M. Good for reappointment as a member of the Appellate Tax Board to a term expiring on February 28th of 2027. Submit this nomination and designation with advice and consent of the Executive Council. So to Mass General Laws 58A, Section 1, I appreciate your consideration of this nominee. A resume is attached for your convenience. It's Billy Charles D. Baker. So we've heard from the witness. Are you comfortable with waiving your opening?
I am comfortable.
Hey, Councilor Devaney, your time starts now.
Nice to see you again. Thank you. I had to jam you in. They're hurting the men, so thank you for the time. I'm sorry for this, that you had to be so late. It's supposed to be 3:30. I am so glad that you have been appointed. I have to say, in my experience at the Appellate Tax Board, everyone has been so great. Only my first year, and I think because of everyone's opinion, the then governor removed some of the board who was me to everybody on the board, was me to everybody who went before her. That was the only time. I'm so proud to be able to vote for a great board. And you know, it is so important on the Appellate Tax Board. Tell us what you have done. You have been the counsel, or why don't you tell us?
Sure. Well, as Tom was indicating, I started at the department. I met him first at the Department of Revenue and then followed him essentially down to the Appellate Tax Board, where I joined the legal department, and I was lucky enough to call Mark my boss there. I'll be lucky enough, hopefully, to call him my boss again as chairman of the board. That was a great way to get introduced to the work of the board, writing the findings for all of the then commissioners. I got schooled on the law and the nuances, the issues that face us, both in the property. I had come from the state tax world, so I knew a lot about that, but I got up to speed with the property tax issues as well, and I'd like to think I'm sort of ambidextrous in them now, 9+ years later. So yeah, it's hard to believe this is my third time here before you all. Thank you for having me today. I'm so glad to be nominated and to be here again. But it's been a great 9 years, and I'm hopeful to continue doing this work. I think that, you know, as baton passes from one chairman to another, I have to say Tom has just cultivated an amazing workplace and left it behind in shipshape for Mark to take over. It's a wonderful, supportive place to be. Everyone should feel about, everyone should have the workplace that we have. Everyone should feel about their colleagues the way I feel about my colleagues. It's just an incredibly supportive place to work.
Now, tell me, going back, you know, we're going way back now, and when you started the Massachusetts Department of Revenue Litigation Bureau, tell us how that experience, you know, it helped you to be qualified to be appellate tax board member.
Yeah, sure. Well, it was useful because I was litigating before the board, of course, those cases. So that got me, you know, schooled in how it works and what's important and what we do. And it made me a better commissioner, I think, having been on the other side of the bench, you know. So it was very useful, again, getting knowledgeable about the state tax cases as well.
So, you know, I'm very pleased that you stayed, and I wish you all good luck, and I'll be very pleased to be voting for you.
Thank you.
Great board. You know, that's wonderful to be able to look back and look at my record of voting 23 years, and I'm so proud of every vote, really. Great job. Thank you.
It's a great place to be. I mean, I think we had great nominations.
Thank you for your service. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilor Duff.
I have no questions. Again, you know, we spoke, and this is a very, very specific part of law. And it you know, we have an incredible council. The lawyers on this council are very good at what they do. And this, you know, we don't have anyone with your expertise, frankly. So we do our due diligence, we do our research, we find out about you, and you seem terrific, and I'm just grateful that you're willing to serve again. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Kennedy.
How's my abatement coming? I'll vote for you as well next week. You're doing a great job. Thank you.
Councilor DePaulo.
No questions.
For,
I already told you I'm voting.
Thank you.
okay, sorry. Are you done?
I'm done, thank you.
Councilor Hurley. Sorry, I missed you. Councilor Hurley.
She had a medical appointment.
She may have, because she's quite sick.
Yeah, okay. Okay, if she has any questions with it, but I've been pleased to vote for you 2 prior times, and I think we haven't heard one bad word about you, the other nominee. You're doing a great job there, and if Tom Hammond says you're doing a great job, that's good enough for me. So we'll be voting on you next week.
Thank you.
Okay,